my, here the middle is me, the illustrious sausage grand tomato slime extraordinaire, and welcome back to Honkai Star Rail.
Nice.
When we last left off, some stuff happened. A lot of stuff. Ooh, thing. A bunch of stuff happened. Anaxa played 13 Sentinels and is trying to pull 13 Sentinels. That is where I will leave it on that. But yeah, we're gonna go to definitely not the underworld today. Styxia. I got a little guy. A new little guy. I like them. I've been saying since we saw the chimeras that I wanted one. I'm very happy with it. But yes, we're going to continue onward. Thank you, Hope, for being first. Enjoy being first.
Hey, friend. Is the debate finally
Hi,
over?
ma'am.
Did you win?
Yeah, about that. We managed to win ourselves a glorious defeat.
Won a glorious defeat? You sure know how to look on the bright side. Well, moving on. I was hard at work even while you were at the debate. I borrowed a mountain of books from Cass to see if I could find a way to solve your problem. Let's see. I still have only 32 books to go.
How many were you reading? It's okay, ma'am. We found a way.
Really? Oh, that's fantastic news. I knew it. Hard work always pays off. Especially if you're as diligent as ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. You're the best. I'll give you a head pat.
I feel like a huge burden has finally been lifted off my shoulders.
No, ma'am. Don't go to the light.
So heavy.
Don't go towards the light.
Overshadowed.
There's nothing more to do for now. Let's get some rest.
You're right. Then I'll go back to...
As was their custom, men with astonishing dexterity slipped back into their secret little hideaway. Yes. Good night, ma'am. Good night, Akuma. It is nighttime now, right? This is why I stopped where I did last time. Later, somewhere in Akuma.
Cass? What a surprise.
Lady Treeby.
Is something troubling you?
I missed Triad.
I just wanted to speak to Lady Trian for a bit before I set off. No matter how breathtakingly beautiful Styxia once was, the place is now the domain of the departed. There is no telling what we'll encounter there. I don't want to have any regrets.
Has anyone told you that your eyes are sparkling today?
Is that a figure of speech?
In the past, when you did smile once in a while, all of us could see that your heart remained troubled even as you smiled.
Lady Treeby, you know perfectly well that see you tomorrow is nothing but a white lie. I hope your toughness is not a mask hiding a lonely heart.
Cass, you hardly ever talked of your past. None of us knows what you went through apart from Maggie. But we know it must have been filled with pain and hardships, as it is the fate every Chrysosaur is destined to live out.
All we know right now is that she is probably the revived aspect of Pelixia's sister.
Isn't it a little too soon to say that?
But you already know where tomorrow is, don't you? There is no need to rely on anyone else. Just give it your all and leave no regrets. We have always believed that your embrace is just as warm as everyone else's. Because we embrace others to comfort them. And Cass, you're the kindest Chrysosaur we know.
Thank you, Lady Treeby.
No, that's you,
This
Treeby.
feeling-
You're the best. Casters is pretty good, but
Hard to put
holds
into
up little
words.
baby.
I suddenly found myself with so many wishes. So much I want to accomplish before setting off.
Then go do it, Cass. Trian was actually working on a surprise gift for you. It's a pity she didn't get to finish it. But now Trinan and I are working on it, and we'll make sure to give it to you.
Stop making me
So,
cry over the
Let's
babies.
meet back here when you return from Styxia. Safe travels. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. When? I can't sleep. Who could it be? Just one of the people you've pulled?
It's me.
Told you. That's it at the same time. Hello? How are you here? How are you here when you're with Treeby?
I hope I didn't wake you.
Sleep is a luxury when you're at my age.
I'm glad to see you're as full of life as ever. I'm here because of private matters, actually. If it isn't too much to ask, I'd really like it if you could come along
there
with me
been-
to retrieve something.
Have there been two castresses the whole time? Wow, I suddenly feel sleepy all of a sudden. As expected, manual
Not
labor.
to worry, it's nothing heavy. It isn't a long way from here.
I mean, if that's true, I assume one's Plixia, but
I'd love to go in.
I'm faster than you.
The streets are packed.
I want to vote. Tell me how I can vote.
Take your ceramic shard engraved with the Kefali rune, select the Council of Elders in your heart, and pray silently until the shard registers your choice. Then toss it into the Dolium.
But what if I'm not voting for the Council of Elders?
The Council of Elders? More like the Council of Buffoons? The Black Tide took my hometown long ago! Who are they kidding with bringing back Erechrysia? It's all a sham to create their own Erechrysia in Akama!
The Titans are just. So long as we do not overstep
Yeah, okay.
our bounds again, we will not incur divine wrath.
Yeah, because that's what did it the first time.
Oh, please.
Also, the Black
The time when
Tide
these deranged
isn't...
Titans should have
What?
vacated their spot to the demigods is long overdue.
The Black Tide isn't
You'll see
the
soon enough, you old
gods.
bogey.
And I pray that Talanton smacks some sense into you with their scales. We shall see how this turns out.
That was
God, the
quite a
council's
spectacle.
so up their asses. Yeah, watching people squabble is kind of fun.
You're interested in that? Well, you'll feel right at home in Akama then. To this day, I still find it almost unreal that Akama is the only place illuminated by light amidst the crumbling ruins of Amphorius. And its people are even holding votes to reconcile differing opinions.
Yeah, it's almost like somebody probably did something to keep it that
This
way.
peaceful sight is making me forget that this is the end times.
This is what the Flame Chase journey is about.
Before coming here, I had lived for many years in Idonia, a city of rime and frost. The people there were devotees of Thanatos, and were well known for their unique burial rites and traditions. Traditions that I played a major role in.
Because of the curse on you. She was killing people.
Yes. You now know me as the Mortician of Akama. But back in those days, I was Idonia's Maiden of War.
It's kind of hard to win a war
I
against
was
someone
trudging
that can
across
just
the
like
frosty plains on my
walk
own
around and kill
when
anyone that
Idonians
comes
found
near
me.
them.
They saw the curse in me as a blessing from Thanatos, and believed that my hands could correct the Erechrysia's mistake and lead them to meet the great god of death. They provided me shelter, but
So there
in
was
return,
a time when people were immortal.
I was expected to grant merciful deaths to war captives, prisoners bound for execution, and heroes alike.
Isn't that just an executioner?
Yes. No matter how kind or cruel the means, nothing can change the essence of death. Taking away someone's life is never worthy of religious worship.
That's valid.
I can't do it.
Why is it
voices.
kindness?
They pierce my ears. The pleading. The thanks.
Why is Elder in
know
quotes?
that feeling, child. I was once as lost as you are now. But you must respect those walking towards death.
I guess
Just
if they're
like how you should respect
asking for it.
yourself as the Holy Maiden granting humans glory and liberation.
What you're asking me to do is no better than the task of an executioner. And yet you want me to respect myself. No matter the titles, I am still taking away human lives.
This won't be the first time that Edonia's fanatical nether warriors have faced death. On the contrary, recruits new to the battlefield often run away from their first fight. Death is the mightiest and gravest power in this world. The fact that you can wield it means you are deserving of respect.
That's such a twisted reason.
Then let me tell you a story. In Idonia, the great swords commonly used by executioners are called Draconian, in memory
Dragon.
of Drakon, an elderly executioner. The sword has 3 air holes along its body. If the sword is swung down swiftly and accurately, the holes would make no sound, and the executed would also depart this world quickly and painlessly. But should the executioner have any hesitation, the holes would produce a piercing whistle. On that cue, the screams of the executed are sure to follow.
That's fucked up.
Every executioner after Drakon is to hone their sword skills.
I
every
get it. I get the
day
point of it.
in
That's fucked up.
preparation of future executions. Every swing of their blade must be more resolute than the last, for failing to do so will bring pain. Pain for the dying, as well as pain for themselves.
No. I can never get used to this.
You misunderstand, child. I am not telling you to get used to it. I'm asking you to consider the source of the dead's suffering, and use that knowledge to fortify your future touches with more and more determination. Go, walk with the dead, and love them as you love life.
For me,
you'll
it
no
depends on
longer hear those
why
noises.
people want to be dying. Like, is there a plague or something?
Don't kill me.
Oh, see,
wanna
these
die.
are just this is just a prisoner. I don't like that it's red.
This is your duty. Remember, consider the source of the dead's suffering, then give them the respect they
But
deserve.
Thank you. I beg you. Don't listen to her.
If you cannot learn to accept death, then Idonia has no place for you. This is your last chance.
No! Please! I don't want to die! Please! I'm begging you!
Well, I have no choice.
No!
You gently touch the prisoner's forehead with your finger. His face is pale, his eyes flicker with fear, and his body trembles uncontrollably. Yeah, this is kind of fucked up that they're forcing her to do this. Is it because of fear, anger, and hatred? Is it because of fear, anger, and hatred? Or is it because of your so-called merciful touch of death? Or is your so-called merciful touch of death simply a lie? The dark purple model spread like petals across the death row inmate's face, then seemed to be submerged by spring water, flooding his body. His trembling ceased, and the cries that had once begged for mercy slowly turned into a sigh-like whimper, as he murmurs to himself, "Yeah, this doesn't sound exactly peaceful." Quickly, everything falls into a dead silence, turning into pitch-black dew that scatters with the wind. You hear your own heartbeat drown out the sound of heavy breathing.
May you gain some insights through his sacrifice.
I think you should touch her. If she is so into death, she won't mind, right?
This all.
No. Come with me. This is just the beginning of your life as the Maiden of War.
You executioner!
Trini promises you that everything will be fine.
Stop saying weird things. It's my favorite line. Her and Anaxa. Stop saying weird things. I don't actually know what healer goes well with her. I feel like probably Lingsha.
With you here, I feel a bit more at ease.
Yeah, I'll be back to using Glaya when we're out of these parts. It's Casper's time now. Alright, oh hey, there's the guy we just killed.
Holy maiden!
I have to use my, the ability, don't I? Oh, maybe not.
Thank you.
See, at least she was asking for it.
Executioner.
Oh, okay. This is just for the enemies.
Heard him.
I curse you to live.
Please. Grant me release.
Ill herder. Okay, so this one, like this type of person that is like suffering
When will this ever
is a little more valid. I think, like they're actually asking for it because life is a pain for them. It's very different from executing a prisoner.
Come. Fulfill your
Oh, okay, I do get to kill you.
What are you trying to do with me?
Maybe not.
I have aged.
Oh, no, yep, it is time to kill her.
The time has come for me to heed the summons of Thanatos and journey to their domain. The final resting place of every Idonian.
You're not that old yet. You still have many, many years ahead of you.
No. I'm already dead.
What do you mean by that?
For I have come to fear my
Okay.
declining health and impending death.
Still think that's a bad reason, but for someone who worships death, that makes sense.
Will you give me one last chance to charge towards fear and prove that I am no coward?
I don't even necessarily think she sounds evil. I just it's what she's saying that I'm thinking the context of. She does just sound like an old person. It is slightly like kind of evil sounding, but maybe that's just English and
set your
age.
farcical fate in motion. It was also I, Chief Executioner of Idonia, who forced the heavy duty of executing others onto you.
At least she recognizes it.
I've always known that you have doubts and even anger about my faith and about me.
I never had a choice.
Indeed. We essentially abducted you. Yet you can end any sinful life with just a touch of your
But
Shouldn't it be
Castros doesn't want to kill the people that she already has to. She wouldn't want to kill innocent people, like
I'll never
just
do
because they
that.
get in her way.
It doesn't matter how lightly the Idonians take death, or how readily they accept it. I simply can't do it.
I knew I was right about you.
What do you mean?
I've taught you and cared for you as my own daughter all this time because of this blessing that's been with you since your birth. I know no one else in the world would understand the weight of life and death more than you do. In the eyes of an Idonian, death is the end of all life. A destination we will all eventually reach. Humans.
Sure, I don't fully disagree with that, but you don't have to force it on people before the natural time.
You can only live your life to the fullest after understanding this principle. And when you do, even if you eventually leave Idonia's protection, even if you must carry the curse forever, you can live with your head held high, like everyone else.
No. How can I?
Come now. It's time. I've already taught you all that I know. Show me that you are a fitting holy maiden. Or at least that you possess the resolve to become one. Come now. It's time. I've already taught you all that I know. Show
Why is she a
me
Titankin
that you
now?
are a fitting holy maiden. Or at least that you possess the resolve to become one.
His door's open. Out of my way, fuckheads! Damn, okay, I don't think I actually have a choice. I thought it might give me like a one of the bad end cutscenes if I did that.
Be careful. There's something unsettling ahead. Emerge from your cocoon.
This is weird. I'm gonna be real. This is weird, actually, because the dragon isn't real yet. Like, we don't. She doesn't have it yet. On the bunch of characters in English where, like, maybe the director doesn't. I don't think the voice direction is like a problem or anything. I just No, I don't know.
Life is not so fragile.
It's her
Darkness
actions
with me.
that I'm not liking here, not her the way she's saying it. But I do like that she's acknowledging that she like hasn't give Castris any choice here, that she's forcing it on her and it's not what Castris wants.
I followed her command. I gently touched the elderly woman before me. The executioner, who had seen too much death, died the same way as everyone else.
Which, I mean, hey, at least there's equality in that
gasped for
sense.
air, a wistful look in her eyes, and a barely perceptible tremor in her fingertips. Elder Amunet, the person who tried to teach me about death, ultimately vanished like dew in the morning mist. She spent her life embodying the beliefs of the Idonians, and when death finally came, she embraced it exactly as their doctrine had taught. I have nothing but respect for her. I erected a cenotaph in her honor in the marshes outside Idonia's city walls with the others I had laid to rest. Then, I set out once more in search of Thanatos.
Okay, but this was when she actually
It was
left.
a long, long journey. I heard so many discussions about death along the way. Life finds meaning in death. The world improves because there is an end. It seems the most terrible darkness in this world. Everyone talks about its heavy weight. Some resist it, some worship it, and some even revere it.
I think that's true only...
Titan become the deepest fear of humankind.
I think that's true only because death is a constant. If death didn't exist, we wouldn't say that life only has meaning because of it. Life definitely doesn't only have meaning because of death, and it doesn't only progress because of death, but because death is a constant, like, you have to accept it and live knowing it and living in a way that leaves things for the future because you won't live forever. But, like, look at the Cienjo, right? Where they do live mostly forever. Or like long enough that it's, you know, they don't think about death in this way, they think about life. They definitely, in a society where people are actually just going to have deeply long or immortal lives, like, there's still meaning to life. You can still improve things in life.
And why do they haunt my dreams? I continued my travels to seek an answer. Initially, I was running away. Then, I started searching for it. And now, at the end, I just want to know if my touch, if my embrace, can do more than taking things away.
I think we should hug her.
Can I make anything? Can I leave anything behind?
I don't want to die. Please.
Oh, the actual animated scene.
I don't want to die, please. I don't want mercy.
Man, they really are chilling Castris.
I hate these icy hands.
Like, I like Castris, so I don't necessarily mind, but hey, where are all those people that complained about when they were shilling Firefly? Because this is way more than they did for Firefly.
The Reaper has blessed your hands. Only you can grant them peace.
See, here, I think there's a much more valid, not necessarily valid, this is a lot more justifiable. This is a lot more something that, like, would be internally justifiable, I guess is what I actually wanted to say before, where, like, these people are sick and dying. Like, you are actually giving them relief, rather than the people who are full of life that you're just killing.
Embrace death. Walk alongside it.
Uh-oh. Oh. But this is probably when the aura happened. Why are their heads so big? Why are their heads so big? They have, like, child bodies, but like, adult-sized heads. I want to be clear, I like Casper's. I think she's a good, well-written character. I just, like, the hate for Firefly is really, really annoying and really disgusting most of the time. It is fine if you don't like Firefly, but the way some people talk about her is actually disgusting. Like, if you're like, oh, she's not a character I like, I'm not into her, that's fine. Okay, find the one you do, more power to you. But, like, you know, I've seen so many people rant about how she ruined the game. Hello, old lady.
You, Castorus.
Oh, this is probably the, yeah, this is the little girl.
All of them have gone, heeding death's summon, crossing into their domain. I must go too. I don't fear it, just I have some regrets. Watching people leave this world again and again.
She's gonna hug Castorus at the end.
For you. You must want to desperately embrace
I love this random girl.
before they go.
She's the only person at this point that seems to, like, have actually understood Castorus and cared about her.
Cold. But Big Sister Castorus, your hands are so warm. Just like anyone else's. So go on. Don't hold back.
Give me a warm hug.
Yeah, alright, that's 3 patches in a row. That's 3 patches in a row that got me crying. So I think this was what Cinder was saying, this is her trailer. She reminds me a lot of Imuke from Medaka Box. Though Imuke went in a very different direction.
On the day that Ornyx's trial ended, you must have had many questions. I felt just as confused. Why, as someone from beyond the sky, were you so cruelly dragged into Amphorius's fate?
Yeah, you know.
I wished I
That's
could take action, but no matter how hard I try, I cannot
That's the way we do
simply
things.
interact with the
The
living
will
as
of the
ordinary
Trailblaze.
people do. Even when we brushed against each other unintentionally in the grove, and it was obvious that nothing had happened. When an almost unattainable hope finally welled up in my heart,
I found out you were dead!
I thought that perhaps my touch would no longer bring sorrow. Fate declared to me, it wasn't that the curse of death had finally been lifted, but that your soul no longer belonged to this world. And there was nothing left for my hands to take. Nothing. And did I really think this time would be any different? It's not that I don't understand this reality, just that I'm unwilling to accept it. Having walked such a long road, I am still unable to find the answer to life and death. I am resigned to eternal despair. Anything I wish to hold on to, death will inevitably wrest from my grasp. From that moment on, I lacked the courage to confirm it again. Until Ornyx laid bare the cruel truth before us. But now, perhaps I might have one last chance. Long ago, Trinan read a prophecy to me. At the end of the Sea of Flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips, and after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation. I found no surprise.
The Sea of... At the end of the Sea of Flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips, and after an embrace there shall be an eternal separation. So, like, on its surface, it's just what she is right now, right? Where she touches people and then they die, and thus the eternal separation. But that's not what this has to be about. It sounds more like she's going to die. But okay, based on what we know, based on Castor and Pollux, I think this is probably about her and Polixia. And that maybe the end of the story for her, at least, is going to be Polixia taking on the curse in some way and letting her, like, now be just a regular person, but then not be able to actually interact. The dragon that's part of her kit, which I'm going to assume is also Polixia, however, kind of goes against that. But I guess we'll see.
In it, for her words sounded not like a foretelling, but a perfect reflection of my past. Embraces in this world are born of reunions. Yet, my touch speaks only of farewells. In that moment, I had no doubt that this destiny would weave itself through the entirety of my life. And yet, things have taken a turn for the better. Now that I can finally have an audience with Thanatos, Perhaps I can rewrite the meaning of that fated prophecy. I have no reason not to give it my all.
I also wonder if it has something to do with us because of the
And
cliffhanger
for my
last time. Should pretend I didn't hear any of that. Thank you for telling me your thoughts.
With that, I won't have any regrets.
Castorus talks to you about the gift she gave to other Chrysos heirs, and before you know it, she arrives at your gift.
Let's put that aside for the moment. We've arrived. I want to retrieve a small gift I specially prepared for you. I made it myself, like the trinket I gave Lady Trian.
I don't think we needed that, like...
I want to leave something for everyone,
Like
if
cut-in
possible.
with this
The
dialogue.
journey to seek an audience with the Death Titan cannot be an easy one. I want to make full use of every moment I have before we depart, so that I don't have any regrets.
Oops, what did I choose? Is it approach with my face on it?
No, it isn't. You'll know when you see it. Look, it's right there.
It's nothing! Cypher.
Did it go?
Cypher.
What's going on?
Looks like... Did you get into trouble with some phantom thieves?
I am not some corrupt grown-up.
I mean, you are a grown-up.
What's this?
Cypher!
The coin of Zagreus and a slate.
Barrel!
Barrel!
So
Hi,
it's
Pansy.
her.
That was the Rika barrel. Holy moly, a kitty
No
thief?
doubt about it.
Barrel did get
Barrel.
a
My
thing.
favorite symbol. It's a Lady Cypher, the demigod of Zagreus whom Lady Aglaia had spoken of. She's a master
We've
thief
gotten Rika
who's
twice.
left
I don't...
legendary tales all over
We've gotten Rika
Emporius.
twice. We haven't gotten Freya. We've never
Some
gotten
years have
Mika.
passed,
I don't
yet
think
she's
we've
still announcing
gotten...
herself in such a...
I think Yumiya is the only one of the
Fast
Yumiya
manner.
characters we've gotten so far, too.
Let's just do as the slate says and look for Lady Cypher.
Okay, there's another Yumiya. Dear Princess Homebody, walking through the busy garden, I discovered the remarkable gifts crafted by Princess Homebody. They're truly splendid, and I'm most impressed. I'm also taken with your charming presents prepared for the fellow Chrysos heirs. In your right parlor, I observed the beautiful felt dolls and beige and lavender striped tapestry, the classic Idonian tripod table, and in the left parlor, the jewelry and exquisite art pieces meant as gift. This time, I've claimed only this modest gift. I fear it would attract tasteless little thieves, so I shall safeguard it for now. Naturally, I've left appropriate payment, a single coin. If the price displeases you, feel free to negotiate its return. Though, should that happen, I won't be satisfied with merely one coin. Should you wish to find me, visit the Marmorial Market. There lies a golden short spear I've left. You know what to do. It shall guide you to me. And before you ask, I won't accept any questions. Please forgive this small intrusion and accept my highest regards. P.S. Who displays biological specimens at home? They're quite unsettling. You might want to store them away when entertaining guests. P.P.S. Despite your considerable investment in Idonian ossuary hanging in your parlor, I regret to inform you it's a fake. The original was craftily switched by those cunning scholars at the Grove of Epiphany. The first story can be found in the yet unpublished Memories of Cyphera. Sincerely, Kitty Phantom Thief. I'm gonna break on her. I can't break on Castorus because I'm going to break on her. To retrieve the gift and teach Kitty Phantom Thief a lesson, you head to the market and find the short spear she left behind. It's the golden spear mentioned in the thief's letter. How's Pansy doing today? You don't come around as often anymore, so it's good to see you. Two of them.
This is a trick she left for us.
Clearly, Kitty Phantom Thief wants to play a little game with you. 2 short spears, 1 correct, 1 wrong. Let me check the hint on the scroll. Only the golden short spear engraved with the truth can lead you to Kitty Phantom Thief. Inspect the left golden spear. The left spear is engraved with the words, "Don't be fooled." The right spear is engraved with lies. The right spear, "Trust me, Grey Master." Both spears are engraved with the truth. Well, that can't be... Yeah, no, that can't be true. I guess it doesn't have to be the opposite. That just can't be true. And the left one would have to be telling the truth then, which means it's correct. Because if this one says they're both true, then it itself is lying. Yeah, okay, so it's the left one. Pair the left spear.
She's incorrigible. Follow me.
I want to know what happens if I had done the right spear.
This is how it should be.
The thing about how the Library of
Must
Alexandria used to
pursue her.
confiscate every book that came into port and give you back a copy, so it makes sense that Grove would take a painting copy. That does make sense. I did know that about the Library of Alexandria, but yeah, that makes sense. And then it burned down. Cypher question mark. Cypher, if this Dromus truly is her, appears to be quite content, her gaze filled with 3 parts sincerely, 3 parts approval, 3 parts triumph, and 3 parts haha, Grey Master, you've lost it if you take this seriously. I see. So Dromus is a cat. She seems to be saying right. Oh, no, yes. After a moment of inner conflict, she reached a definitive conclusion. The Dromus is indeed a cat.
Lady Cypher, please come on out.
You're still careless as ever. Shouldn't you keep such a precious gift near your bosom?
Yeah, put it in your boobs.
Since you know it's a gift for someone else, please give it back to me. Stop hiding among the people and letting the wind carry your voice.
Now, since I know it's a gift, that just means I need to milk its worth. The children of the wind never stay for long in one place. Unless your offer is tempting enough to steal the wind. What say you?
Name your price. I'll give you however much you want.
It's not about the money. If you don't want the money, I'll gladly take it off your hands.
I'm sorry. Bargaining is really not my forte.
Yeah, we know.
No wonder they call you Princess Homebody.
I mean, you call her that.
Why don't you two come over to my place? It'll make a better venue for proper business discussions. You can find where I live through the winds I've sown. Right.
Piece of cake. I can do that even if I can only sense your soul.
Alright, I'll see you there. By the way, everyone cool with me collecting a deposit before we reach an agreement, right?
Stop stealing things.
Now, come this way.
The Dew of Divine Blood in the backpack has been stolen. Where did my Dew of Divine Blood go?
She's incorrigible. Follow me.
You said that already. Dear Princess Homebody and Grey Master. Grey Mystery. You probably guessed already. I have no intention of showing up at the Packbeast workshop. This means, of course, I had no plans to return the gift there either. This was just a warm-up for a little game of cat and mouse. But surely you've realized that the Kitty Phantom Thief never cared about stealing a mere trinket, right? No, what I'm really after is your hearts! Just kidding. I have no interest in your hearts. If Princess Homebody can track my path, then by all means try. I'll be waiting at the end. And rest assured, we'll meet face to face this time. P.S. Grey Mystery. Where'd you get that Dew of Divine Blood? Don't tell me it's a gift from the seamstress. I'll taste it for you. No, don't drink my dewy blood.
Nice.
Oh, she's up there.
It's about time you do some
How do I get up there? Okay, if the stairs aren't here, then was it over here? There it is. No, this is not the right. Is this one?
Does it really work?
Haha! I did it. I weaved my way through the maze that was not a maze.
Here we are.
Could have also teleported up like that.
Over here! Over here! No, not that
I
way.
saw the motherfucker.
Come on. If I really wanted to hide, you'd never find me.
I say for
So relax, you two.
God, she's
No
hot.
need to get your hackles up. I'm not that scary, am I?
I don't feel like the voice fits, but that might be because of part of Fellas. At last, the character of the Meows has appeared.
No way. Some people might have been into that a millennium ago, but it's long since gone out of style. Loosen up, buddy. Shall we get down to business?
Give me the jewelry piece first, or everything's off the table.
And my Drew of Divine Blood.
Come now, don't be so upset. Relax. Relax.
No.
Look, isn't the view here
I don't care
just
about the view.
good?
Give me my shit back.
You can see what everyone is doing and where they're going, and they won't even know you're here. Now that we've broken the ice, let's get to the point. Everything I've said so far has been a joke. I'm inviting you two here for 3 things.
You give me my stuff back?
The seamstress found me and wants me to take you to Styxia to look for the Death Titan. 2, the Council of Elders also found me and wants me to make sure the core flame of Thanatos ends up in their hands.
Yeah, but you're not gonna do that, right? Look at you having your fingers in both pies.
Last but not least, I'm telling you that I'm not interested in doing
Oh.
either of those things. Don't go look for the Death Titan. The end.
Yeah, but you're not gonna stop me. Some time ago.
Well, this is some high quality stuff. And this room is full of it. How much are these worth, Did you get all this through that Aranova gimmick?
Some of it is family fortune, while the rest came from my business as a dressmaster. Don't liken the flame chase work to your shady dealings.
Wow. I should have busted down your door instead of going around like a thief. Well, spill. Why are you giving me so much money?
Payment for doing work. You're worth this much.
Did you forget my stance to all this? I thought I made myself very clear.
You wish to run away. Run away from your responsibilities, from the prophecy, and from your destiny. You shall walk with greed and die over petty change.
That
I understand this prophecy weighs
is
on your
kind of how Pardo
That
goes
is why
out.
I have never approached the demigod of trickery.
Yeah,
for
I
my
don't know.
means.
It's just I don't think the voice work is really good. Like, this is not me criticizing the voice actor itself. I just don't think the voice fits. Aglaya's voice, everybody else's voice, I think it fit perfectly. I don't feel it on her, and I don't know if it's because of Pardo or not. But I don't even think that is it. I think it just doesn't fit her. But no, that prophecy really reminds me of Pardofelis, and how she goes out in the end of Elysian Realm. where she wanted to run away from everything, but in the end stayed to make sure that the plan went through.
But I need you right now, so don't turn me down.
You know, maybe the gods got your tongue with their golden threads, Aglaya. I'm not hearing any sincerity in your words. Give me a reason why you're bowing your noble head to me.
We lost Trian.
Oh.
The divine power of passages is running out. I need another demigod to escort Castoris and help her fulfill her lifelong wish.
Oh, I get it now. You're sending Castoris to her death. And you want me to die with her.
Well, this isn't petty change, so it wouldn't fit the prophecy.
This is Castoris' own request. I have never seen her so determined.
She brought this up herself? You're not pulling my leg.
She's also made up her mind to leave her confused past behind. As will you, Cypher, when you finally make up your mind.
Don't be so sure. Time is hard in the likes of you and I. But Castoris remains pure as driven snow. She can always turn back before the end, you know? Maybe she'll remember Trian's sacrifice. Maybe she'll remember the countless martyred Chrysos heirs. Maybe she'll remember you, with your one foot in the grave. I ain't as optimistic as you about what she'll want to do. Tell you what, why don't I take this room of treasures as a security deposit, and we make a bet?
Go on.
I bet she'll change her mind and turn back. Now, if I lose, I'll do what you want me to do. Return this deposit to you.
I don't even
Plus,
think
give you
she's like
another
Sampo.
room full of treasures. How does that sound?
Because Sampo, I mean, as much as he's like, haha, money, there's a lot more to him than that. She's definitely not a Sparkle.
Let's make a pact with those conditions.
Sparkle is in it for the sake of chaos.
In conclusion, I want to win. So I hope you two can.
Sampo's a
give up
genuinely
going
good
to
person,
Styxia.
though. He just also
I'll
kind of
give
likes
all the
fucking with
treasures in that
people.
room to you.
But
And
if
you
he
can
likes
split
you, he'll
between
do what he can
yourselves
to help you.
However you want. What do you think? Tempting, right?
I'm almost dead. What use do I have? But the currency I use isn't the same as the one in M4 is.
Oh, please, dear great mystery. I'm not giving you broken seashells people use in the markets millennia ago. I'm giving you gold. Pure, solid gold.
I do like gold.
It's a hard currency. You know what that means, right?
It's not about the value of the reward. If we don't find the Death Titan, his soul will...
Yeah, I'm gonna die. And what use do I have for what use do I have for money and
we have
death?
to go to Styxia.
I really don't get how. Princess, homebuddy, you keep talking about needing to find Thanatos.
No, I don't know.
You don't care about anything.
The voice actor is doing a great job. The direction is really good. It just
Do you
doesn't.
ever live for your own pleasure.
It just doesn't
Even
fit.
for just one day.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying, contrary to your beliefs, Aglaya didn't take you in just so you can die for her Aranova.
The flame chase journey walks hand in hand with
It's
sacrifice.
honestly killed a lot of my excitement for
Isn't
her.
that why you are always running away from
Not
me,
necessarily
Aglaya?
as a character, but in getting her. Maybe it's Hyacinth will break on then.
Never mind. We all have our own problems.
Oh yeah, exactly. Some you can see right through the shady merchant act and see his the clear motive of bring joy and light in the mood during the podcast. Yeah. Yes, in that sense, she is much more like Sampo, where
Sure.
Yeah, she likes money, but that's not what she actually cares about, which is also very true of Pardo. Like, Pardo on the surface, which,
I've never
I
been
mean,
there, and I never plan to.
like I
Because even
said,
a
she is
demigod
Pardo
can't
in
be sure they
everything
can walk
but
out of that
appearance,
place alive.
which is weird.
And now
But,
I'm
like,
supposed to escort you to Styxia.
Pardo Fellis is very on the surface, like, oh, I'm in it for the money and I'm a coward and all this. But when push comes to shove, she's there for the people that matter to her. Cypher is doing this despite having the money because she doesn't want Castris to die. Like, she's putting all this, like, glorification and all that, like, oh, this is my actual reason, habadoo-bada. But no, she doesn't want to see Castris get hurt. She thinks it's a suicide mission. And she just doesn't want it to happen. I mean, otherwise she could be, she could be, siding with the Council of Elders, which would probably pay her pretty well. But she's not. And the fact that Aglaia trusts her enough for this shows that. Is there people off the authority of the Zacharias' demigod? Aglaia's already paid for
Her
me.
payment was in gold and precious stones, which only covers the living passenger. You need to pay me as a member of the dead.
Okay, Karen.
I don't like this. However, I have lived a longer life than most people. Though I'm not as good at doing business as Lady Aglaia,
She's ripping you off.
Some savings.
Rice, no, she's ripping you off.
I can give them all to you.
Then how are you going to live the rest of your life?
Then I'll give you 90. No.
I think
80%.
Cypher's trying to get a point across.
Well, don't mind if I do.
But I don't
80%
know.
Of Castris's savings and a bottle of dew.
No, you're gonna give that back.
Not a bad trade.
I'll show you his boss once I've recovered with full HP.
I'm so scared. Can you even catch my tail? Here, catch.
Be careful with that.
A minor change in plans, though. Don't go to the bath tomorrow. Come look for me at Akama's city
Castris, I
gates
hate to tell you this, I don't like rings.
So, why are you changing the meeting place?
Oh, nothing really. Just a bit scared of the seamstress's frosty face. I wouldn't stay a second longer in Akama if it were up to me. Well, now that we've struck a deal, why don't I give you guys a lift back?
I can give him my divine blood back.
It's gonna be a long ride. So have a good rest.
Hello? How did I get put through one of the fucking portals for the asshole that steals my chests? Yeah, a chiller voice, or like Pardo's voice, I feel like is much better for this. Does she share Pardo's JP voice actress? I would assume so, but I don't actually know. Let me see. Pardo Fellas. Voice actor is Yomoto Nozomi. Cypher's not ZZZ. HSR. Voice. It is not the same person. Huh. Maybe she's not next week. I'll have to look into that voice actor later. Where am I? Is this my room? How did I get back here? This is a coin. It was Cypher? She even tucked me in. Never mind. It's getting late. I better get going. Gray Mystery. These formal addresses at the start of letters are such a hassle, and you've already read 3 useless Phantom Thief letters. I've left Princess Homebody's gift here. Take care of it. Remember, skip the baths and come straight to Optimus City Gate to find me. You know I have no patience. Come late and I'll leave without you, clear? P.S. Yes, I'm the one who tucked you in. You're welcome. It's... I don't know. Because I do think I like her, but I don't know, the voice is turning me off of it. Yeah, sorry, Rice. I don't like rings. Alright, so let's go to the baths. Yeah, no, I know he gives you more treasure, but I still hate him. He takes so much time. And I know a better Phantom Thief bee. I thought maybe I'd find a Glaya here.
What are you folks going to do next?
See if she's up there. Well, we've met them out of time already, so I very much would not be surprised if they have met a future us in the past and know that we're Ornyx. Or we're taking over Ornyx. But also, like, we clearly have, like, Ornyx's something already in us. Let's see if Aggie has any special dialogue for me coming to see her here.
The golden threads foretold your arrival, esteemed guest.
No. Who doesn't? Alright. Bye, Aggie. You don't want her to rate your outfit again. I just wanted to see if she had any dialogue about this. Usually, though, when characters do in this, they'll like send me to it first. I just I've talked a bunch. I've been playing through the Trail series off in my non-stream time, and boy, in that does every character have something to say about whatever's happening. There's definitely... Azure reminds me of metaphor in that every time you think the game is ending, add 10 hours. Because I sure thought I was gonna be done already. And I'm not.
Bright and sunny. Just the weather for farewells.
You are here.
Really? I'll go give Aglaya a heads up.
No need, I already told her. She's fine with it.
No, she's not. No, you didn't.
You sure know how to put me in a spot, Casterus. I need to travel with you, but
Have I done the golden scapegoat puzzles? Most of them.
What a bother.
I do them whenever I run into them, and then I clear out the areas when I finish stuff
I
after
was
stream.
just teasing.
So
Don't take it to heart.
I'll do all the new areas for this
Did you
patch,
know that
probably
the legends
tomorrow or
say
something.
You have to put an obol into the mouth of the dead or over their eyes if you want them to successfully cross the river of souls.
There
and
is
enter the
one that
netherrealm.
we found last time that I could not do.
That's the fairy fare for entering the netherrealm.
The golden scapegoat ones are the
However,
ones where you have to escape your shadow,
I
right?
won't ask you to pay this time. I'll pay.
If you've done enough, you get a
Just
quest.
have to go through the motions.
I just might not have gotten to that yet then. So I know there's a few side quests that I haven't picked up from last patch. Yeah, your past self. Sorry, the fairy fair friend. Yeah, okay. Sure, helpful when it doesn't cost you anything. We already paid you so much. How much have you swindled Casterus of?
Don't worry. It's not a lot.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
All right, pass me the coin. It's time to get the gods' powers going. A fleet-footed trip to the Netherrealm. Here we come. Oh, one last thing before we go. I gotta give you this piece of advice.
Yeah, I'll do it eventually.
Especially
I always
to
do.
you, Princess Homebody. You
That's
can't
about other
catch the
things I've
wind
wanted to
by
play lately.
waiting. You only live once, so make the most of every moment you have.
And despite being unemployed, I'm quite a busy person.
Get ready. Be steady. Hi, your turn. Don't be nervous. After all,
You already dead?
they'll be gone in the blink of an eye.
Alright, this is pretty cool.
All done.
Wait, how am I getting
Are
home?
you feeling all right?
I swear she was speeding.
She's the demigod of trickery. When she flips the coin of whimsy into the air, she gains incredible speed that lets her travel anywhere in an instant.
Owner should be like a Goliath scale speed.
Just like how she clearly had no intention of lingering here for even a second longer. We can only depend on ourselves for the rest of the way.
Don't worry. Mem's here to help.
Hey, Mem. Mem, did you pay your fare? Can you teleport too?
Being cute isn't my only forte. I'm strong too.
This is Styxia, the city of dragons and waves. Anaxa hypothesizes that the missing Thanatos is somewhere in these ruins. This is the land of their birth. Or perhaps of their death.
Why not both? Ah, I know this one. They returned whence they came.
Anaxa had used a secret alchemical art to temporarily fuse his soul with Circe's and Kephali. And when he was on the verge of death, he was pulled by Thanatos and caught a glimpse of the flowing river of souls. This alchemy, considered a sacrilegious act, might actually make the souls of mortals and titans attract each other. Even though Thanatos has been missing for 1,000 years, and even their followers haven't been able to find them, perhaps that special attraction could summon them here.
Oh, so are we going to use that Philosopher's Stone to conjure the Titan?
Glad Mem's taking notes, because I'm sure not.
I guess that's the only way. The only leads we have now are the name of this city and the fairy tale about the dragon.
Thanatos is even more mysterious than I am.
Indeed. Even one as erudite as Anaxa could only point us to this place, and no further. We will be entering the unknown as soon as we take our first steps. But that won't be the first time in my long journeys. I believe that, rather than standing still, taking action is by far the better option. Perhaps fate might take pity on us today and show some compassion.
Cruel night oppresses unfortunate mortals. Hello. That's not what I wanted to interact with.
It's still early. Where to now?
Do we have a trial casteress right now? We sure don't. Thanatos, the hand of shadow, bearer of fate, fierceness of souls, we pray you stay far from us, to make them the dying of a person blessed. A blessing. I can read. We pray you stay far from us to make the dying of a person a blessing. Oh, ferryman of the river of souls, where are you? Insects devour my fingers. Wild grass creeps up my back, yet the bell's chimes cannot summon you. As they have long since fallen silent in my decaying ears. I like this music. It is fittingly creepy.
Go back whence you came. Go back.
I know that voice actor.
Ahead lies the realm of the dead.
Is that just Casper's voice actor?
What a beautiful butterfly.
No, it's not okay.
Talking to us?
I know that
This
voice.
is a eulogistic butterfly. They are found in places where many have met their demise. In Idonia, some think of them as manifestations of Thanatos' benevolence. By turning the lingering obsessions of the deceased into these creatures, it is as if the Titan has made life into a specimen. Others think of them as Thanatos' messengers that guide the departed to the nether realm.
The second theory sounds more believable. After all, the things they're saying are rather, direct.
Perhaps. But the fact that we're able to hear their whispers proves
No,
that
I
we're
haven't
fast
watched the
approaching
trailers.
the
I was in
realm of
fact
the dead.
told for casters specifically don't. I assume because of one of them was that animatic. I will watch them later though. You know, all butterflies are my brothers. I've known them for a long time, and they're incredibly strong, Eep. I've decided to bring my talents to the butterfly clan, Eep.
These shadowy figures. Are they illusions reflected by the River of Souls?
Ghosts? A lot of ghosts.
Master, did that lady really lie to us? The Centurion personally instructed us to inlay the inscription into his shield. But now she's taken it away.
My child, that shield can never be cast. And there's no need for it anymore.
So we're just gonna ignore the man's dying wish?
Come, child. What is the name of that Centurion again? Actually, never mind. Forget I said that. I'll wait with you for her to come back. When that happens, you'll be able to keep making shields.
Don't be afraid, pal. Let's open our eyes wide, together.
Big forge. Hello. The glowing ember at the top of an anvil, but no blacksmith in sight. Legend has it that any warrior who speaks to that smith learns how to cheer. Okay. Ornyx's Miracle, Rune of Recollection. Interact with the rune, oh, moves with your character. Okay. So we've got a new mechanic for our time shenanigans. Kinda wish it was the other way. Oh. Hello. I guess I might not have seen that if it was the other way. But I feel like things are just popping up right in front of me like this. Oh no! It's gonna stop me from getting that chest! Time is not your friend! Oh, hello. Alright, so I needed to end on the button. No, that's not gonna work. If it were the other way, you'd be drowning wherever you walked. I meant I wanted it to be like long the way I was going, not to the sides. Cause then I would like the things were appearing right on top of me. I'll come back for you, I promise. Yeah, there's only been the one puzzle on stream that I had to give up on, and it was the one last stream. I usually get them in a try or two. Just
looks good.
Like this. I wanted it to be like this way the whole time, where the long way is like the way that I'm going, rather than this way. I hear a chest, I think. Oh, butterfly. You're not a butterfly. Oh, why the long face? Looking for something else? There are no hidden chests under the sun, chirp. Fuck you. With the help of the Weaver of Time, the surrounding space will reflect an inverted timeline, Eep. I hear a chest, though. Ah, there is a chest there. Okay. Wait, can I put you down here?
Is that all?
Nothing over here, although these look breakable by an environmental thing later. Hello? Oh, that was a space anchor, okay. Alright, so we can't get the chest from here. Oh, wait. Cool, okay, just run over here. Easy peasy.
Looks good.
Don't look at me. Hmm? Oh, a little coin. Okay, so there's gonna be a hand somewhere. Oh, up here. This is not even actually where I meant to be going, is it? I hear another chest, though. Hello! Is this chest here? Yes. Can I get it with this? Probably not. Alright, where is that coin that I saw? That sure is dragony tails. Dragon tail, dragon tail. Oh, there's one. Can I get that? I can! There's the other one. Yeah, there. I saw the book. I'll get it when we go back. Damn. I can't kill them. I can kill them. I don't know about this guy. Where is the last? Hello. You can't escape me. Is that not back where I was? Is that not where I started? Did I just run past someone? Oh, I'm stupid. I ran past the guy I was supposed to talk to. All right, coin. There's another one of those there. Can't go through there. Ah, there it is. Oops. Ooh, okay, this counts as a... does this need a 3D map? I don't feel like it does. You don't see me. Apparently they didn't see. You know what? I sure said I was gonna get the book when I came out and ran right away from it. We will get it in a moment. Okay, it doesn't seem fast. Haha! You don't see me. There we go. Hello. I also didn't pick up the chest. Oh, he plays that a 3D map, but it's actually a 4D map because they show both times. You know what? That's not incorrect. Did I actually pick up the chest? I can't remember, and that's probably not a good sign for my memory. I'm gonna say I probably picked it up, and if not, well, we'll find it eventually. I still need to go back. Oh, the point of that is probably now I can take this over there, right? Let me go as far as I can. What is this? Oh no, it's another one. That's to put it down. Okay. All right, we're gonna have to actually run back because there's no teleport. I got way ahead of myself. No, I meant I needed to go back because I need to talk to this guy, and I can't just teleport. There wasn't a teleport right at him. I wholly just avoided the objective somehow. Which is really weird because it's automatic. So I just snuck by him, I guess.
Right. More living people.
More?
I'm not selling my fish to living people. You lot are too shameless. Buying fish without paying. If I ever see her again, I will.
Oh, he's talking about Cypher.
Be that you're all dead souls that never achieved rest.
The nether realm does not exist.
But ghosts do, and that's what's important.
Titan rejects you. Me.
Well, you sound like you're having a great time.
So, do you want to to buy any fish.
But there aren't any fish nearby.
Other fish gone. The people are gone too. I can only keep selling fish. So, do you want to buy any fish?
No. I'm not a fan of fish, honestly.
Apologies. I don't have much in the way of savings, but perhaps
You know what,
there's
though?
another way for me to release
Sela's voice actor Molly is a fish.
Relax.
And I do like her.
May you fall asleep peacefully.
We'll take exactly one fish.
Amid a gentle field of flowers.
Will this work?
I knew it. These people aren't illusions. They're the souls of the deceased. They're supposed to reach the end of the west wind by floating down the river of souls. Yet, they have floundered upon the shoals of the stream, unable to move forward. Did Thanatos reject them? Or perhaps they didn't really die at all?
Perhaps all of us can use some CPR. Are they in the same situation as
I
me?
have no idea. This circumstance is completely unprecedented. Hang on. Didn't he say more living people? So that means he's seen other members of the living apart from us.
He said they stole from him.
Could it be
So
that
I would
these
assume
souls are
Cypher,
stuck
but
here due to someone's deceit?
it's possible he meant
If
in his life.
something is done out of goodwill, are you really gonna call it deceit?
Goodwill? I can't see anything good out of...
Was that
Wait a
Kafka?
minute. Lady Cypher.
No? Okay,
That's
wow.
me.
That really proves that that voice does not fit her. She was pulling Kafka there. And that is not a Kafka character. Cypher is not a Kafka character. I think also I just really coped that it would be Kafka somehow. Are you dead too?
I still belong to the land of the living as of now. Thank you very much.
Could it be that you are the living being that those souls met?
I couldn't take their behavior anymore. So I stole some things here and made up some lies there. Just trying to give them something to look forward to, you know?
It's because of vile living creatures like you that we're being misunderstood by all of them.
What else am I supposed to do? You can see the mess this place is in. These poor souls are denied by the Netherrealm. So now they're stuck in a few brief moments of their life. Unable to move forward or back. Did you see those two blacksmiths on the way? They've been here for as long as the sun's been around, wailing over and over about casting a shield. Styxia is so freaky.
Why have you come back, Lady Cypher?
Hey, I'm not here to aid your adventure. I hate water more than anything else in this world.
Ah, you truly are a
Especially
cat.
that stinky river of souls. But, I just discovered some stuff before I left. And I reckon you should know about it. It's about that boy who defied death. I found traces of him here.
Lord Mighty?
Oh, right! That's his name. Well, now you know. As for whether that info is actually useful, that's for you lot to figure out. So long, Princess Homebody. So long, Grey Mystery.
Hey, bye-bye.
Huh? She disappeared just like that?
Lady Cypher has always been a free spirit. In any case, she has brought us some valuable information. If Lord Mighty is also somewhere along the river shoals right now, then he will certainly become our signpost. After all, he's different from those wandering souls. He will find his way, even in the realm of the dead.
Speaking of finding the way, how are we supposed to get over there?
Don't worry, it's time for me to shine. Ornyx's rune of recollection is nearby.
Yeah, sorry, ma'am. I got ahead of myself and I already did.
To before it got flooded. Hey, over here!
There's a chest like right there, and it's pissing me off.
Ornyx's miracle has appeared.
Amazing! It's like we're inside a giant bubble. Even the river got parted.
Like we had a Beyblade.
Huh. So this path actually didn't exist back then?
I'm gonna let Mem finish talking. Okay.
There are wandering souls of the deceased here as well. We must
boys.
first return to the present before we can communicate with them.
Ah, by the looks of it, you must be the foreign warriors that the Queen had mentioned, right?
Switch it up here again.
Since the current campaign requires the utmost care, I wasn't able to make time to welcome all of you.
I'm surprised they haven't had him voice an actual character.
Foreign warriors?
A priestess, a warrior, and a divine beast. You look identical to the blessed saviors that the Queen described.
Don't think she does, if that was how you're talking about it. This is actually my pet, so this is my pet, so I'm actually of the hunter class. Oh darn, no healer on this team.
A campaign? Who are you campaigning against?
Nobody knows, as of now. Of the scouts that went ahead, only one has managed to return. He says that the land ahead is a forbidden land that should not be approached, as it is the doorway between the netherworld and the mortal realm. As for the rest of the scouts, they've completely lost their souls and are decaying by the day. While there is still dissension within the city, the scholars agree that this calamity was so unprecedented that it needed to be given a new designation.
An unprecedented calamity. Could it be death?
It seems that you have indeed heard about this. Well, death is just one of the possibilities. It's too early to come to a definitive conclusion.
A world that has never seen death. Looks like these people lived in the era Chrysia before the Calamity Titans descended upon the land.
Okay, so yeah, era Chrysia, people were
Where's the scout who managed
immortal
to come back?
originally.
So he returned to Styxia. He only had enough left in him to last no more than half a day. However, it was his intel that convinced us to rally together. He said that he witnessed the demonic specter of an evil dragon at that treacherous land. The apparition opened its giant maw and devoured everything in sight, and thus brought Styxia that thing called death.
Styxia. An evil dragon that brings death.
It all sounds rather familiar.
Yeah, it's like that princess story.
Wasn't this part of that fable?
Sir, could I ask how the Queen and Princess are doing?
The Queen? By the looks of it, you must be the
okay,
foreign
now we're
warriors that the
looping.
Queen had mentioned, right?
Is he set to loop on repeat?
It's the same lines. Looks like he's still trapped in the moments before his death.
Yeah, they can only go so far and then they forget.
Sir, the war ended long ago. Styxia no longer exists.
Styxia is no more? This cannot stand! Newcomers, hurry up and go take your positions!
Oh, looks like it's difficult for this gentleman to accept reality.
But things these aren't technically runes because they're not the North style ones, but they apparently came from the Phoenician alphabet. Yeah, I mean they're still.
I am the Maiden of War.
The idea of runes has gone beyond what like they originally were to be.
Then today's battle will be
magic word carved or like floating, basically.
Maiden of War? I've never heard of this.
It's beyond just the original like Nordic interpretation in pop culture, at least.
Don't worry. I'm typically unwilling to prolong such a moment.
Is it over? Have we won?
Cass, oh, are you all right?
I'm fine. I just didn't expect that I would still have to embalm others, even in the realm of the dead. Is this a remnant of his soul?
That doesn't look good. I don't think this looks like a good thing that we should touch.
Well then, why should I place my trust
Hi,
in you? Holy maiden from afar.
Wait, this is...
Yeah, this can't be from his soul.
I don't quite understand what you're trying to say.
Since the prophecy has already pronounced your name as Chrysos, heir of death, Akima ought to treat you as an esteemed guest. However, you seem to have no intentions of concealing your involvement with the Council of Elders, while most likely being aware of my issues against them.
I cannot deny your claim. It was the Council that offered this room to me, and they had only one request. They want the curse of death to be completely subjugated to your will. I was agreeable to that request.
But why?
Well, they can blame death on you.
Unable to rid myself of this innate curse. However, from this day onward, I shall use it according to your will. I will never make any superfluous moves on my own.
I see. So that is how they plan to control the Flame Chase journey. They have shifted the heavy responsibility of granting death over to me. If I ever become obsessed with executing people, they will then have ample reason to terminate the Chrysos heir's journey.
And yet, you seem to not mind. This is quite surprising to me.
That's because the fate that we were born with is a burden far heavier than that of an individual's life. I've woven many unforeseen events into the tapestry of fate. This is but one instance. Tidy up your precious
Was Letter the
garments and
Trailblazer
come
magically summons an
Akima
Orpheus letter
welcomes you,
M?
Casterus.
Like mem? Seemed to hear a sigh of contentment as it, well, then the scenes of the past abruptly dissipate.
I didn't think we'd find vestiges of memory here. Maybe they've got something to do with Ornyx's rune?
Perhaps, but I do not need a reminder from them. This
The one on your
memory is
technique?
one
No, I
that
know, but I
will
was
never
saying, like,
forget.
M, like mem. Aglaia trusts you unreservedly. So it seems the Council of Elders has manipulated you once already.
Indeed. While my relationship with the Council has always been quite ambiguous, Lady Aglaya has never taken any precautions against me. Instead, she's shown me nothing but complete trust. I really want to repay her for that trust. But why would this memory appear right now?
That's a good question.
Is this really Orynyx's power?
Okay, so up there is where it came from. Oh wait, I can't take this around. Ah, okay, I guess we are dropping here. Then there really was no reason to... No, yeah, there was no reason then for the junk here to be removed.
Could these dead monsters actually be...
If Lady Cypher is to be believed, this could be the handiwork of Lord Mighty. He's still fighting against the Black Tide, even in the Netherrealm.
Thanks, Mighty.
Why are the Black Tide monsters here too? Can they swim in the River of Souls?
Even Thanatos wouldn't be able to accept Black Tide monsters into their realm. These traces seem to suggest that anybody who trespasses upon death will pay a heavy price.
We're also here to trespass upon the Titan.
Since the realm of the dead must remain peaceful, it's imperative that we rid the place of such discordant noise. Please stay back. Let me deal with these enemies.
Ew! Let me deal with them. Here, use your team.
Time for resolution.
I should have used this first, but
This will watch over you and guide you on your path. Seek and you shall receive. Serenity is before me.
Is that the
Countless threads. Thus our fates become
one.
All light to be revealed.
Get them!
It should be illegal to be as pretty as Aglaya is.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
The path ahead is blocked by the River of Souls again.
Interesting.
In that case, let's go back to the past. This miracle sure is handy.
This is yet another aspect of a Titan's divine power.
Okay.
Is that all?
If Dan Heng was around, he'd definitely be able to raise the waters of the River of Souls into the sky.
Wait, how do you know that, Mem?
If Lady Hycelens was still alive, I think she might be able to do that too.
I feel like Mem has been looking into our memories. Although we probably also told her a bunch of stuff. Wait, this is locked. Hello. Okay, so they need to end on the blue, which they can do just by me doing this. I need to hit the switch, okay. No? Okay. This is it. I just need Because I'm gonna hit the button to make them drop on that first one. 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I'm not gonna be able to do it here. Oh wait, yes I am. Damn, I need one more. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. Toto, Toto, Chihuahua, Papa, Toto, Toto, Chihuahua, Papa, Toto, Toto, Chihuahua, Papa. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Rain. Yeah, if you got a goal, that's fine. I hope you had a good time in your D&D games. For anyone that does not know, I'm the illustrious Saus's Grand Tomato Slime Extraordinaire. Play a lot of mystery games and horror games, and RPGs, but lately a lot of Hoyo games. It's not lately anymore, just a lot of Hoyo games. But yeah, welcome in. We're star railing right now, but if you gotta get some food or gotta go to bed, feel free to do so. I'm trying to figure out a puzzle that I'm too stupid to do, despite there being only so many buttons that I can press. I need to double back. If I was right next to it, this would work. Why are there 2 buttons? There has to be a reason there's 2 buttons, right? That would have worked if my last thing was over, not down. There we go. I don't know how I fucked that up last time. Yes, I do. I know exactly how I fucked it up last time.
Is that all?
Okay, so there's nothing else to do. Onward to man. That one shouldn't have been that hard. I should have just actually looked at what I did instead of trying something else. I need to put down time so that I can get the chest. Oh, hello, Buggy. Traveler, tell me, does this waterfall remain the same as it was in 1,000 years, as it will be in 1,000 years? I think so. That's wonderful, Eep. It's still the same. This river hasn't fundamentally changed, Eep. Yeah, no, that's pretty much the same. That one was hard. It shouldn't have been, though, because I actually just didn't look at what I was doing. Because if I'd looked from the beginning to see, that I just needed to go down, I would have done it or I needed to go over again instead of down. I would have done it the next time. I'm sorry, is this one actually just this easy? Okay. Okay, and so that's how we'll be getting that, but we need to... just down.
You seem to be able to discern both the past and the future.
I'm just really... It's the ADHD, actually, Casters. I think on multiple layers. It's no longer water, now it's the River of Souls. This is correct, but it's pretty much the same. Water rushes down the waterway as if carrying the stars of the past. Some say the rivers of Amphoreus are the very lifeblood of Pagosa, flowing ever onward to the true ocean. Alright. Hello, sir and/or ma'am.
Why isn't there a god yelling in the distance?
What?
Indeed, my downtrodden fellow, your sorrow and joy are but means for me to amuse myself. I will at least derive some comfort. If all the tears that I had shed were determined by some mightier being above.
It's... you people.
Heh. Why have choice when someone can tell me what to do?
Oh, this place.
Honestly,
Must have been a beautiful courtyard in the past.
The special interaction at the dock you arrived at? Like all the way back at the beginning, or wait, hold on, let me get this teleport. All the way back at the beginning, or like where I just came out of? All the way back at the beginning? I got the... Do you mean the thing that was here? Because I got that. And there was a bug over there that I got. Oh, hello! According to the myths of Amphoreus, a certain hero of Castor and Kremnos was dipped upside down into the River of Souls at birth by his mother, believing its waters would grant him invulnerability, right? This is Mighty, I think. No, Mighty was thrown in. I mean, it's Achilles, but... However, because the mother... Okay, no, this is just Achilles. Because the mother held him by his ankle, the spot remained untouched by the river, leaving a single weak point. Is this river truly as miraculous as the legends say? There's only one way to find out. Experimentation! After all, truth is tested through practice, and here, no miracle of Oryx will protect you. You decide to... Wait a second, who says... No, it's gonna be me. Or, I could try it myself. For the sake of keeping most of your body intact and avoiding a whoops full submersion situation, you decided to start with just your feet. People always say I had no knees and can't jump. Now, worst case, I have no ankles. Physically speaking, of course. Shove your limit, no hesitation. If there were fish in the river, this might actually count as fishing. Someone or something must be looking out for you. You emerge completely unharmed. Maybe, just maybe, you now have an invincible ankle, the legendary Saus's heel. Next time you're in battle, make sure you tell your enemies to aim for the ankles. It's definitely not the place to linger. Look around. There aren't even any holy city guards nearby. If you fall in, who's pulling you out? Just get a rope. Mem will pull me out. How can Mealy's tendon? Oh. Alright, that was great. I indeed have found 3 nymphs. Hello, garment maker. Hello, big evil butterfly. You remember Castros once spoke of the origins of the eulogistic butterflies. Some believe them to be the final obsession of the deceased. Others believe them to be Thanatos' messengers. They're always found in places where many have met their demise. Lost human, if you can say... Lost human, if you can say one thing before leaving this world, what would it be? I'm going to do a deep EP. That's a cinder right there. I want to live 500 more years. I want to choose farewell, Honkai Star Rail, but this is my true answer. Farewell, Honkai Star Rail. Farewell! I still recall the last words of some of the deceased, if you're curious. Ugh. I'm interested in some last words. Of course, whose parting words would you like to hear the most? The ruler of the different city-states. I recall that an optimistic ruler once said, I have finished my business here, and I die without regrets. Someone asked another ruler in his deathbed who his successor would be. He only said the strongest. Another one suffered so much pain that she gave the order to her doctor, kill me or be guilty of regicide. I remember one of the rulers said water before dying. The heroes in war. Before his execution at the hands of the enemy, a soldier said, the only thing I wish to say in this last moment is that I can only give my life for my city-state once. Many more soldiers didn't know when death would come. One said, tell them that it hurts really bad on one side of my body. The old captain who traversed many seas died from illness on dry land. She said, please help me put out my clothes and armor and let me die like a proper soldier. She was buried by the sea in the end. The poets who wrote great work. Before his death, a poet asked his poet son, tell me, Alexander, on your soul and conscience, do you believe my works will be passed on after I die? A poet spent her life pursuing new verses till the very end. I seek no healer in the courtyard to declare my demise, for I shall proclaim this freedom with my own cries. Another poet died during his performance. His final line was, Thanatos promised me a better world. The nameless commoners. There was a philosopher of the grove who tried to pick some apricots, but was scolded by his wife. He said, so what if I picked them? What the amphorious profanity is gonna happen? Moments later, he died. When asked how they are feeling, someone replied, I feel good and comfortable. I'm asleep now. Take the pillows away. I don't need them anymore. There was a person who felt a sudden headache, and their last words were, what's happening? Yeah, that sounds right. Thank you, evil death butterfly. You know a lot about last words. I don't understand them. I'm merely curious about them. A poet from Akuma once said that last words are words of wisdom, uttered with a lingering breath that delivers oneself gracefully to Thanatos' side. However, he himself discovered that at the moment before death, one's body and mind become unreliable as the candle burns out. In the end, his last words ended abruptly with, if we meet again. Most humans don't have an elaborate phrase an elaborate phrase to go with their demise, let alone exciting stories, insights into history, or affectionate farewells. The majority are completely unprepared for death, hence the lack of proper last words. Would the living imagine their dying words? Perhaps, but in the end, they didn't get a chance to speak those words. Hey, goodbye, evil butterfly.
Please excuse me. I am but a scholar from a distant land who had the misfortune of falling into the River of Souls and turned into a member of the dead.
Well, that sucks.
Huh? This one seems to know that she's already dead.
Oh, I was merely speculating, but it seems I was right.
Huh.
And you, I recognize you. You're the Holy Maiden of Death from Idonia, right?
Okay, so she's recent enough.
I'm sorry. I cannot bring you back to life. However, should you desire it, I can end your prolonged limbo. I'm well aware of that. Even if you were able to revive me, I would never choose that option. That's because I didn't fall into the River of Souls by accident. Instead,
I leaped into it to seek my death.
Fun?
Why?
If you could see the life I've led, then you would not reproach me so. My life was far too miserable. But I did not expect things to stay the same even in death. What a joke. In escaping my mortal life, I've entered a millennium of pain instead.
Well, that sounds
Cersei's
fun.
above. What cowards humans are. For we fear both life and death simultaneously.
I'm sorry. I am also powerless to answer that question.
That's all right, Holy Maiden. At least you are able to respond to me. Please, grant me death. Cersei's above. Does this count as thinking till the moment I die?
I guess. He seems free. I can't imagine what it'd feel like to roam around this void at night. She seems free.
I've seen too many farewells. Her distress is quite commonplace. There are those who will end their lives over what seems to be the smallest of worries. For some people, this power that I possess is a blessing rather than a curse. But I never managed to convince myself of that.
Cass, are you still trying to create a world without death?
Yes, because when placed under time's vast scales, there is no worry in this world that cannot be solved.
You chose Don Hung about that. I agree with her. I agree with her, but
This is a wish that I've held for almost a
immortality beckons.
My mind might have changed.
Immortality
once upon a
means
time
forever.
if people managed to strike up a friendship with me. But I've never been more firm in my conviction. Now that I've learned about your near-death state, it is my duty to wipe death from the face of this world.
I'm stuck. Okay. I feel like you bitch ass motherfucker. Get your ass back here before I send Cypher after you myself. I feel like a lot of the stuff with Castris would hit a little bit harder if we didn't have the whole immortality plotline. Like, so I am still very much of the immortality is better side of things, but this game has the only time where an immortality is bad argument was like actually effective on me. Because the way Don Shu described, like, not being able to fix her eyes and her eyes growing, her ineffective eyes growing back when she had implants on it, into the implants was horrifying. And, like, yeah, you know what? In that situation, I literally can't do this with this team. Okay, I can turn them. Herda makes this much better. I don't have any damaging skills. I need you to change.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all.
So yeah, no, I'm all with technically I'm all with the council, but I'm all with Castris on this. Death sucks.
Catadons? Countless, thus our fates become one. All light to be revealed.
Good thing I'm a slime that can constantly regenerate myself, so I'll never die.
Like a wisp of silk.
Stop talking to me. Give me your money. Give me your lunch money.
Is that all?
I need to come back and get the one that's flying around at some point. The enemy's all over. That looks like a thing that I can't go through.
Wow, this place is so spacious. Is this the kingdom's vault?
Time to use Ornix's miracle. I get scared when it sees vertical structures. No, it's time to use Ornix's miracles.
But we need to lay down some rules. We're not gonna return to the past to steal things.
You can't stop me.
Do we need to enter that doorway to climb even higher? There seems to be a person. Oh, more like a
The world is a
silk
stack of
on it.
recurring destinies, Zagreus used to say.
But how should we get up there?
I didn't initially believe the like time loop or samsara theory, but I sure do now. Ever since last patch, I've kind of believed it.
Times like this. How convenient.
Alright, what do we got?
Look, there's even a platform lift over there.
There is. There's also this. Well, yeah. They did, it's not, I mean, it is an infinity symbol, but more specifically, it's a Mobius strip. Which, I expected, like, with that being with the flame chase symbology, I was expecting just Mobius to be up to something. Which she still might be. But I did not see it initially, but yeah, no, last patch was like, all right. And then this patch has basically confirmed it. Which leads me to really believe that, like, I think my theory of Amphoreus is a giant experiment to see how a human can ascend to Aeonhood feels right. Because it's constantly repeating, it's about humans taking over the power of gods. That just feels correct to me. Oh boy. Oh, believe me, overthinking is one of my defining traits. For example, I'm sure this is actually really easy. Hold on, actually, let me just count. So let's count back. I have 8 moves, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh wait, I don't need. Hey, I'm doing it again. I didn't need him to end on it. I just needed him to be there when I was on the top.
Looks good.
Okay, we can't go through there. Oh, we can just go up. Okay, the chest I'm hearing is in the present. Oh, hello. Okay. Can we? Oh no, that's also in the present. Where does it connect to? Down there. Have we been down there? I think so. Is that not the very beginning? No, it's not, because there's stuff I haven't broken down there. Bitch. Ah. Tisk tisk. Alright, I guess let's go across here.
Wait, what if the miracle suddenly loses its effect?
Oh, no, it's, I thought it was getting smaller, but no, the light is just directly shining down here. Oh, that's why it's the shapes that it is. Duh, because it's an actual light source. That's really cool, actually. As a buggy. That's Fugoza. Maybe that's not Fugoza.
No match for me.
Yeah, no match for me. Yank.
Is that all?
There's not actually. Oh, there is something up here. Haha! I remembered it. I have to break everything. One, for the materials, but mostly so that my small peanut brain can remember where I've been. Because if there's still stuff there, I haven't been there. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, wait, up? There we go.
So that's how it works.
I don't think I see... Never mind, there's one. I was like, there's no way I can dodge this.
Watch over you and guide you on your path.
Time for resolution. The way is fraught with difficulties. Thus our fates become one. All light shall be revealed.
Serenity is before me.
So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
Reach the end of the story in your own way. Looks good.
Okay, let's see in here. Leave me alone! There will be no nuts for you! I really was just gonna put it together and be like, it can't be that easy. Huh. Okay. Wait, do you not... You can't just go here? Okay. Guess we gotta use these for this then. This would make more sense. Haha!
No match for me. Is that all?
That seems like everything down here, or in this time anyway. Haha! You can't touch me. Oh. I'm the boo-boo fool. Because I even knew that that would show up there.
Great. The more
So the reason for every mythological name they choose, Zagreus is the reincarnated god who is resurrected as Dionysus. Interesting. In that tradition, everyone is doomed to forget their past lives in the Lethe, and reincarnate unless they drink from Nemezine's water instead. They want to make sure there was a million logical past players who arrive at the same conclusion with or without mythological knowledge. Yeah, that makes sense. Is Zagreus resurrected as Dionysus? I actually only knew of Zagreus from Hades. I have a lot of Greek mythological knowledge, but I'm definitely not perfect on it. No, we have to take this back up. Yes. Almost no one knew about Zagreus before Hades. I remember this treasure used to be filled with treasures. Why is it empty now? Eep. Could it be if those people borrowed the treasures and never planned to return them? Eep. I mean, yeah, that's called theft. It's probably all a cipher.
Don't come near me.
Huh? Why does he look so panicked? Did the black tide monsters frighten him? Or is he actually scared of his own extraordinary power?
Ah, these powers are the troubles that powerhouses like us face.
There's no need to be alarmed. We're just passing by the area. See? None of us look threatening.
you have a point. Although, while this might once have been the royal vault, it's since been plundered empty. So please go away right this instant.
Well, now you only want me to be, you make me want to be here more.
You've misunderstood us. We simply heard your shouts as we were passing by, then decided to come over to find out what happened.
My goodness, did I really yell out loud? How rude of me. I'm sorry to have bothered you. I merely saw a warrior. While that spirit didn't harm me, his blows really packed a hefty punch.
Was Mighty here?
A warrior.
I mean, we already have established that Mighty was here. But I guess is Mighty here right now?
You seem to be quite different from him. Are you actually alive? How can you walk around here while alive?
It's
well, Mighty's not dead,
story.
but he's technically divine now.
We're here to seek an audience with Thanatos.
Thanatos? Who's that?
Is it possible that he's also living in the era before death descended?
Death? Could it be that you are here to defeat the evil dragon Pollux?
Pollux? Is that the embodiment of Thanatos?
Yes.
No.
Yes, it is.
Death?
According
so
to
they
the
are
warriors
directly
under the
calling it
Centurion's
Pollux.
Command, that evil dragon has been dead for quite a while. The curse that condemns people to death didn't originate from it.
In the game, the real mythology of the song, their Orpheus character made up, but originally in the Orphic traditions, who revered Dionysus and Persephone, Zagreus is the son of Zeus, murdered and cannibalized by the Titans. Zeus strikes them dead with lightning, and from their combined ashes, humanity is born. Their good coming from Zagreus' divinity, and their evil coming from the Titans. Only Zagreus' heart survives, which Zeus stitches into his leg and rebirths Dionysus. Oh, interesting.
But they
I did not know that was the
girl
origin
within the
of
dragon's
Dionysus.
embrace, and she is the true Reaper.
Pray tell, where is that girl right now?
I've heard that the Queen spared no effort in bringing her back to the castle. Her Majesty intends to control all of Amphorius with this unprecedented power. As for whether this rumor is true, well, no one knows.
You have my thanks for the invaluable insight that you've given us. Please, treat this touch as a token of my gratitude.
Goodbye, nice soul.
You... Are you... Thank you.
This is his...
Yeah, but it's you know it's not going to be. It's going to be
Then
something
you
of
granted
yours,
him
probably.
That isn't like you. You would have refused even if I commanded you to do so.
I... don't know. I did it out of sympathy, believing that I wouldn't be racked with agony, but...
Yeah, originally it's very subjective, because yes, there's all kinds of alternate stories, but...
Sympathy? Sympathy for that youth who triumphed in every battle?
That young man was favored by Talantin,
Also,
who taught him a move that will defeat any mortal enemy.
I do think it's just really funny that, like, the good of humanity came from Zeus's son, because no gods have ever done anything wrong, and all the bad came from the Titans, because the gods have never done anything wrong.
Now that
Definitely
death
not
has descended
Zeus.
upon the mortal realm. That divine swordplay also means...
And the Titans never did anything good that they were punished wrongly for.
In other words...
You feel that he's similar to you.
Yes. Since he can never be inferior to others in martial combat, death would be the inevitable outcome every time he strikes. That's why he approached me and pleaded. Pleaded for me to put an end to all of this.
You are perhaps feeling lost from making your peace with death in so abrupt a manner.
I have not made peace with death. I've seen the people of Idonia stand tall and proud in the face of death. Even before the fated finale arrived, they were already content with the lives that they'd lived. They had such proud expressions. Expressions that made me believe death would be an insult to these mortals if the concept is truly a power that a god had carelessly cast down upon the world. Perhaps death's authority was never meant to exist in this world. Just like how I shouldn't exist.
I won't refute your beliefs for now, but would you be interested in listening to a story of mine? It's a fairy tale from foreign lands, told by the person who brought you to me in that ice field.
Ice field, you
long
say?
ago. A tale told by the Queen of Styxia.
What? Wait a minute. That means the girl born in the dragon's embrace, the personification of death these souls talked about. That's you, Cass?
I've already had an inkling for a while now. But I honestly have no memories of Styxia. My memories only begin after Amunet brought me to Idonia.
I do wonder now if... So I'm up two thoughts. Either Castris isn't Castris and is actually Polixia, and like in the rebirth took on her sister's name, or everything that the dragon as Polixia did was was her in some way how she needed to revive her sister, because we know she was trying to revive her sister.
Don't look back. Keep moving forward. Always.
Okay,
It's
Orpheus.
Yet another eulogistic butterfly. Are we getting closer to the nether realm?
Every time Orpheus comes up, because I do really like the tale of Orpheus and the specifically, Hades Town is a good musical, but even before Hades Town, I loved Orpheus. But it's always interesting to me how many cultures have some form of person went to the underworld and was told, if you want your usually wife, but if you want X thing to return with you, don't look back. And then they look back, leading to them not making it out with that person. Because I know there's non-European mythologies that follow that. That's the origin of Izanagi, or not origin, but that's one of the myths of Izanami and Izanagi in Japanese mythology. I know like 2 or 3 other ones that I can't remember what they are off the top of my head. And it's just like the amount of overlap in mythologies that like had very little to no interaction with each other is always so interesting to me. It's one of the things that makes me question like if there is some level of like spiritualism in the world, or if it's like, is there some inherent thing, because like gods of the weather all make sense of different cultures coming up with on their own, right? Because it's like, oh yes, a god of the rain, a god of the wind. Sure, those are all things that everyone, no matter where, would experience it. But like specific stories like that being in multiple cultures is really, really fascinating to think about to me. Because really, like, is there just something inherent in humanity that said, like, hey, don't look back? Or, you know, was it that somebody came across different continents early on and had these stories? Is there an actual, like, spiritualism inherent in the world that, like, science just can't interact with? It's fascinating to think about. We have an urge to try to reconcile the various stories across thousands of years and geographical reason and coherent canon and consistent characters. Well, oh, they're not ever one-to-one, right? Like, they're, like, even looking at Orpheus and Izanagi, they're fairly different, but the core aspect of the story is so similar that it's like, just what is the shared origin of this? Or is it just that, you know, over thousands and thousands of years, people are gonna say similar stories, and those just happen to be the ones that persisted? It's just really interesting. It's one of the things that's fascinating to think about to me, because there's no answer. Or, I shouldn't say there's no answer. I'm sure there is an answer, but there's no answer we'll ever find. And that is what makes philosophy interesting to me. This isn't a place you can just waltz into without a ladder, Eep. Only warriors approved by the Queen may proceed. It's said that such warriors can strike a giant single eye with a sling. Can you do that, Eep? Yeah, no, totally. But it's one of the things of, like, it's just like, why is it consistent? Why is that? Because there are cultures where that's not how they did it also. And it's again, it's just one of the things that's really interesting for me to think about. Hey, since you've beaten me, I'll turn a blind eye this time. But remember, it's a dedicated guard. The literal meaning of Zagreus is pitfalling a pit trap, so Honkai Star Rail is making a pun. I see.
Shut up. Just shut up. Even if that girl.
But yeah, anyway, I love mythology and culture and seeing the similarities and differences.
That monster. It was the both of them, who trapped us in this crevice between life and death.
Don't be scared. They haven't noticed us at all.
Alright, goodbye. There's nothing over there. Oh. A flashbang, but pretty late.
Looks good.
Oh, hello. I almost left without you. Did you notice it pushed me into the corner?
This is...
Living ones?
I did not actually see where that spear went. Hold on, sir. Because I imagine we need to keep going up. Can't get me.
Is that all?
Away! Oh, okay, there's only so much down. I'm actually gonna have to kill these guys to get this readable, though, I think. Oh, nope. Haha, idiot.
Oh, could
Could you be the scions of Styxia?
Something like that.
Did you hear about the great work that I'm doing here, and have thus arrived to give me the last material that I need for transmutation?
No.
Great work?
Have you heard of the great name of Pollux, perchance?
Yes. Oh, well, I have, yes. I've definitely heard that name many times today. Its pilot's probably right here. Oh, Adrian, yeah, okay, we're not gonna say that.
You have? Then that's good. During the Age of Myth, a time likely before your birth, I was the unsurpassed zenith of alchemy that none could reach. On the shoals of the River of Souls, I shall make Pollux soar again.
Why?
And bring death back to the world.
But didn't that dragon already bring death to the world?
He must be from before that.
Oh.
Oops.
Looks like you don't know the whole picture.
Unless it's anything killed by Pollux,
Well,
then only like half
girl
killed.
can grant death to mortals. Pollux, the one who delivered her onto this world, makes it so that humankind cannot die.
Okay, so this is between. This is after the dragon. This is about Castris.
So, it's just as I feared.
But she made it so they couldn't die. You and the dragon, are you the two sides of the same coin?
This is my guess. The deceased are supposed to drift down the River of Souls until they reach the end of the West Winds. But this River of Souls was blocked by Pollux's fall.
That's right. That's why it's imperative
Okay,
that
I
I
see.
bring the dragon back to the mortal realm and make it soar the skies again. I have long since prepared my alchemical matrix in the tower. Although, I am still missing the most crucial
Your
material of all.
life!
That final ingredient, the final sacrifice, is none other than the girl who lives out her days with death.
Alright, so we gotta kill Castris.
What's going on? You didn't touch him, did you?
I know that I am no longer capable of carrying out that task.
But it was
Take this,
us
all of
dead in the
and
cliffhanger.
please fulfill that great undertaking on my behalf.
This.
We had been inebriated in Fagusa's feast for too long before we began to seek divine
I'm really
bestowed
interested to see who's gonna be Fagoza's
so that we could
demigod.
be freed from the whims of fate. However, that brought doom upon us. Instead of summoning a supreme god, we encountered a monster that cut off the River of Souls. That detestable dragon Pollux denied all the dead from the gates of the Nether Realm. Unable to rest in peace, these departed spirits engulfed Styxia like a roaring tide. As a result, my city and its people no longer exist. That child is the only person whom I managed to save. Born within the evil dragon's abdomen, she has possessed the talent of death since her birth. She must have been granted to us by the gods as a chance for us to atone for our sins. Please, you must nurture her to adulthood and prevent her from experiencing all of the suffering that we went through.
Isn't this the lady that we saw that was? Yeah, okay, it is.
That I will care
That
for her
they
as
said,
the
or
mother.
they said raised, or
That I will
had raised
protect her
Castris as her own.
the
I
evils
thought
of
they
death.
found Castris when she, no, of course they didn't find her when she was older though. We saw her as a kid.
Thank you for your kindness.
Castorus did say she was dead, but I didn't know if she meant it
Bless this
literally.
child with a name. Before I am swept away by the river of souls, please, let me know how I should address her in my next life.
Oh. Like how a transient raven butterfly, a fleeting papilio castor, perches on the twig of death. Castorus. That shall be her name.
That's where my name comes from?
No. I mean, like, I guess, sure, but no, it's not.
Making that ruckus.
Living ones, don't waste your time bickering. The Netherrealm's wrath is falling upon you.
Black Tide Creations. When did they... Mister, please fight them with caution.
Be careful not to suffer the same fate as those Black Tide creatures!
Everyone, hide behind me!
You can't say hide behind me and then have me use my characters.
Trinity is before me. Watch over you and guide you on your path.
Thus our fates become one. So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
You found someone your own? Fiends or devils? I'll crush them all!
There's so many of them. Then how are we holding up?
So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
Torment and doubt, farewell.
All lies shall be revealed.
Our souls for the feast
Hi,
of
Mighty.
strife. On their triumphant return.
He is here. Oh, he's gold now.
You?
Lord Mighty?
I missed you so much that it almost killed me. Pun intended. Pun unintended. You're adventuring in the River of Souls too?
Lord Mighty. You've been through some tough battles once again.
That black tide is endless. My death is only temporary. I will find my path of return and go back to the world of the living.
I also totally misunderstood what you meant. You mean the Fagoza person is dead. That won't necessarily stop us, you're right.
I have always wanted to. Why does death reject you?
I'm the one resisting it. I must resist.
Oh, he died! He died and he's swimming upstream back to his body.
The temptation to go with the flow. I'll go against the current and kill my way out of this cursed nether realm. That is my destiny.
Yeah, no. I misunderstood what you meant. I was thinking of a line that Casper said about herself earlier. And that was how I interpreted what you were saying, not, yeah. He seems to be stuttering.
It seems like he's completely focused on resisting the temptation of the dead's whispers. He's working hard every minute to deny death. It seems his battlefield is not limited to the world of the living.
Yo, Mighty's sick.
Lord Mighty, are you willing to travel with us? We're headed for the Matrix inside that tower, to summon Thanatos from their prolonged concealment.
I'm glad I just don't really like how Mighty plays, because he definitely, he's a really good character and tempts me in that way.
Challenge.
But similar to Castris, because I don't really like how he plays, I don't have to worry about it.
That's right.
Or didn't have to worry about it.
If we can work together and defeat them, you won't have to be troubled by the curse of immortality any longer.
Let's go together, Castris. Let the person who has brushed against death countless times guide your way.
Cass, are you sure you want to do this? The alchemist said he wanted you to be
I'm
a
sure she'll be
sacrifice.
fine. She was already eaten once, technically.
I'm not afraid. There's no reason for us to turn back anymore. Rather than standing still, taking action is by far the better option. Perhaps fate might take pity on us today and show some compassion.
Hello, chest. Yeah, I did. Alright, if he fights, if he's gonna fight us again, I gotta remember to switch to Herta this time. Behold, the great work of old Bar the Bulbulb. Stop playing games and give me the chest. The Nether Realm, after all words apart from the Mortal Realm. This is a really cool shot, though, by the way. The double moons and the big evil tail. Before you are rusted and broken chains, remnants of a past, someone said to the tower.
This is going to be difficult.
Think Asper and Kremnos also have this?
I'm familiar with this kind of mechanism, but I've never repaired broken chains.
It's okay, we have the power of time reversal.
If I was more powerful, I would be able to carry one person with each limb and fly the four of us to the other side.
Yeah, but you can't.
The Rune of Recollection is here, but I can't find a miracle orb anywhere.
You're going to become the miracle orb, Mem.
Huh, could
The
it be that
miracle orb.
collapsed tower in the distance?
Looks like it's your time to shine. 1 minute of Mem being useful comes from 1,000 days of training Mem. Looks like it's your time to shine.
It's still up to me to step up in a crisis. Wait here. I'll go check things out.
Am I gonna play as Mem now? The feast is long ended, the song's long silenced. The evening bell tolls, and the drowned still drift, their faces mirrored in the stars above. Okay. Thank you, Mem.
Just shout for me when you need my help.
I always need your help. Go, Mem!
Got it. Just leave it to me.
We are gonna play as Mem. Left trigger.
Mem did it.
The pink squirrel.
She's a squirrel now.
Is very smart.
Why am I as... The miracle's range is limited.
Damn it.
Please come a little closer.
Twin Moon's Embrace.
Aren't I a good fit for Orynyx's priest?
Mem, you're the best. We love you.
Of course. You're the most competent priest ever.
Oh boy, the camera does not want to be my friend here. Okay, I gotta put it down.
The alchemical matrix should be behind this door. Is that...
I'm gonna fucking lose it. They can't do this to me. I did say earlier that I want to see her. This isn't what I meant.
Looks good.
Hi.
Wow.
Hi, Chan.
It's little Cass and little Gray. Oh, there's also little D and the pink puppy. Trian, aren't you?
Yeah, that's why she's all gold. Trian and Mighty. I get it now.
Get what? I'm getting even more confused.
I don't get it, but I wanna pretend to be smart.
This is the first time I've encountered a deceased friend while going upstream in the River of Souls.
He called her a friend.
It really works like this. Just like the other departed spirits we've encountered along the way. I'm also unable to sense the aura of the living on Lady Trian.
I don't know if it came up in the book about the calendar. The myths say Ornyx made 6 moons because just one couldn't match the sun, and Talantin destroyed 4, so the 2 left. That's interesting. That also kind of reminds me of fuck, was it?
Here at this spot closest to the world of the living and waiting for little Cass.
I forget if it was the Aztec. No, it's the Aztec, right? Because they're what Quetzalcoatl's from.
It must have been
their legend of how the sun was created.
According to what Trian said, we're almost at the entrance of the Nether Realm. Trian promised Trevi and Trinan that when little Cass got here, Trian would get the gift ready and be the first person to run over and welcome you.
Well, how did you promise them that?
So, little Cass, don't cry. Please, accept this. We finally finished it.
Oh.
This is what Lady Treeby once
mentioned.
The gift for me that you didn't manage to finish.
My heart's fucking breaking.
A holy maiden of yours.
I'm gonna be honest.
Even when separated by life and death.
Hold on. I need to move out of the way.
Thoughts are still connected.
Where am I? Here I am. I love that it's like... it's made in a way that this could be either Stell or Calum. It's got, like... its hair is both too long and too short to be either, but is exactly perfect to be representing both. It looks more like Stell, but I think that's really funny. If I remember, there's a Chinese myth about how there used to be 10 suns until all but one was shot down with a bow. That's cool. That's interesting. Where's my undo? There we go.
Trian spent a lot of time drawing this. Trian hopes that little Cass likes it.
I like it. Even if she doesn't, I love it.
Seriously?
I'm gonna make fucking lose it.
It's seriously a wonderful drawing. Lady Trian.
This is our flame chase.
Even
journey.
Mighty's gonna make frickin' lose it.
Little Cass, we don't know what your journey was like before. Treeby has always said that it must have been a very harsh and frightening journey. But little Cass no longer has anything to fear now, because everyone is here with you in this flame chase journey.
That's right. Only now, when I see Lady Trian's gift, do I realize that I've already obtained so many things I would never have dared to dream of since I embarked on the flame chase journey. It's the first time I've gained so many companions. The first time I picked up the hobbies of crafting and photography. The first time I had dinner with someone else. The first time I went to the market to buy the Chimera doll I'd liked for a very long time and hugged it to sleep. The first time I wore a dress personally made by Lady Aglaya. The first time I
I wish you were wearing that now
Lady
instead of the,
Lady Trian and Lady Trinan. The first time I enjoyed the night breeze and looked up at the stars with Miss Hyacinth.
Instead of all the basically like bandages that make up your
The first time I took care
outfit.
of Dromasis with the Trailblazer. Looking back at all these experiences...
Come on, the Trailblazer, not Mister. We're going up in the world.
It feels as though the scales of my life had shrunk from centuries and decades down to minutes and seconds. And all of them are so precious. I took countless photos in the past, but they're all black and white landscapes. I don't have a single one with friends. If I had known, I would have taken more pictures.
Then shall we take one now? Can you take a picture with dead people?
Trian says yes! Trian likes little Cass and would love to take a picture with little Cass.
Sadly, being departed souls.
Yeah, okay.
Our images cannot be captured in the world of the living.
I thought so too.
What? Are we seriously going to leave any room for regret?
Maybe March's camera is special.
There won't be any regrets. This vivid drawing surpasses any photograph from the world of the living.
Little Cass smiled. Treeby, Trinan, and Trian's wishes finally come true!
I remember you once said that fate is not the flowers that bloom at the end of the road, but where people tread beyond the gate. Now, the path that belongs to me is about to reach the end. Thank you for bringing me the final key.
Key? Little Cass, why are you talking in riddles all of a sudden?
I have a feeling that soon This gift of yours will become the key to saving Mister's life.
Hi, Cypher. Why are you photobombing?
That's amazing! Then keep smiling and carry on bravely!
Has she been following us the whole time? Is this a secret game changer episode? Is she gonna say, I've been here the whole time? The blinding smile, Trian's golden form disappears in a thin fog of Styxia's moonlight.
Lady Trian.
The aura of this place. We have indeed reached the end of the stream of souls. If I go any further, I might lose myself. I must leave now, for the black tide still wreaks havoc in the realm of the living.
Okay, bye, Mighty. See you again next week. Can you find your way out?
I have broken free from the chains of death countless times. This time will be no different.
He needs to stop being so
Castorus, will you fulfill your duty for the flame chase?
I have yet to make my decision, Lord Mighty.
Yes, you have.
No matter. Make the choice your heart desires. Even if it takes 1,000 years of waiting, I will continue to fight till I die, then rise from death.
Yeah, I remember to the Lion, she said she wasn't best known successful. Yeah, no, I agree. Funny.
There is one more thing you should know, Lord Mighty.
What is it?
Professor Anaxa may have deduced the principles behind the Era Nova. You and I may be reincarnated as strife and death in the next cycle, becoming calamities wreaking havoc upon the world.
That's why we're not going to let there be a next cycle.
I see.
Is that all? Are you going to accept such a fate without complaints?
Do you have a strategy to shatter the shackles of our fate?
I haven't found it yet. Perhaps I never will.
Then, cease wasting your thoughts on futile matters. Control what little you can. And when fate's inescapable grasp comes, resist it with the strength of your mighty will.
Thank you, Lord Mighty. I will find the right decision.
In the name of strife, may you meet a fitting end.
This must be the alchemical matrix the spirit mentioned. Let's see. We need to insert Aquila's sky, Giorios' earth, Kephali's fire, Fagusa's ocean.
Well, we don't know who...
And Nestia's love.
Greorius's, demigod is yet.
It seems our sweet Princess Homebody has made up her mind. In that case,
But I imagine it doesn't
stress.
mean
I suppose
it
I no longer
literally.
need to deliver your message. My time is rather precious after all.
Whether you wish to break free from death or not, please, follow your heart. By the promise you once made, I ask that you fulfill your duty one final time. Castorus, please, live as a human, and die as one.
According to that alchemist, the final piece is supposed to be me. However, he is not privy to the past, and therefore cannot see the full picture.
The past?
I saw the twins of death in Kefali's memory.
Okay, so
and
yeah,
now I am certain that I was one of them. The trial of the Hand of Shadow demanded taking the life of your family. I died during that trial, falling before the gate to the new world. And my sister, whom I never met, became the Titan Thanatos of this cycle. She was consumed with regret over my death, so she used the Titan's authority to reforge my soul. Yet, it also means she has never revealed herself to anyone, hidden away from the entire world.
Except for
That's
the
because
dragon.
the Titan she became already fell at the start of everything.
Right, okay.
They died for me, and now lie in slumber in the River of Souls.
That makes sense. Okay. So then the dragon is like...
That's right. The River of Souls is no material river. It cannot be blocked by ordinary means.
Dragon's like a resurrected...
Only a divine corpse can prevent the dead from reaching the next world.
So this is still a world... This is still...
We have
all
to
these souls
awaken
are from the
Pollux from
previous
death
loop then.
before we can retrieve the core flame of death. We have to reforge its body with the power of alchemy.
But Cass, if that alchemist speaks the truth, does that mean you're also part of the dragon body?
Well, so if the... My thought is that if... So Castress herself died before the new world, right? So then they remade, or they went into the new loop, whatever. In theory, at least in my mind, Pollux would have had to have blocked the river early enough for Castress' soul not to have, like, left and gone down already. Because the only way to block it is with her body. Right, so I would think that these people who are also stuck here would be from the previous incarnation of the world also.
According to those departed spirits,
Or
I
the
was indeed
river
born
doesn't
a
actually
dragon's
work at
twin.
all like how I think it is. I think it does.
But before we talk about that,
And I guess that if you block it in theory
heard
at
the
any
size?
point, they could just revive it. Or you could be pulled out of it. I did when I was collecting the souls. You sighed many times on the way here.
no, not from me. The sounds that come from the memories when we were collecting the souls.
Ah, I heard them too. So what are those?
I think it's probably the sign of Pollux's wish being fulfilled. They must have realized how heavy a price they'd need to pay when they used their divine authority to resurrect a dead woman. That's why they exerted every ounce of their strength to send me to Styxia, a city that called for death, a land where none is hostile to death. They never saw their wish fulfilled and fell so prematurely.
Styxia was also mentioned
all
in
because they
the
wanted to
previous
give me a
lifetime.
new life.
Or the previous loop characters.
Pollux must really want to know how their sister has been after giving their all to save her. That wish is the reason Pollux's soul still lingers in the mortal realm even after their fall, quietly watching and documenting every detail of their sister's life.
That's very remembrance.
Instead of picking up objects on the way here,
We've been picking up their memories.
A strand of yearning that lingers here.
Okay.
Now, we must weave these yearnings together and restore them into Pollux's complete soul.
But all of this is just a hypothesis, right? What if we go through with the ritual and it turns out totally different?
Well, it be what it be. We'll figure it out when we get there.
As Professor Anaxa often reminds us, such is the nature of alchemy. The true outcome can only be known once the process is complete. This is why alchemy is also known as the miracle of creation. Now, the puzzle of Pollux's yearnings is nearly complete, with only one final piece remaining. I shall reveal what they have been yearning to know in the alchemical matrix. I will show them my whole life since I left Styxia. Lady Trian has already drawn a picture of my entire life, and it is now in my hands.
I don't think that's your entire life, but... I was still gonna cry about it. Hello, Buggy. Do you see this alchemical matrix? It's said to contain immense magical power. You have to recite the spell correctly to activate it, Eep. What is all? All is one. Behold! Nothing? Well, maybe the preparations aren't complete yet. One for all, and all for one. Hello, Chozo Ghost.
Then, let the ritual begin. And now, the objective is complete. That is all. Such is what Professor Anaxa always says after preparing for an alchemical ritual. And now, Pollux, I shall lift you from the river of souls and reforge your soul. Perhaps you will be disturbed by this, and your body may become horrifying to behold. But if even the slightest trace of your soul remains, the soul that once ferried me to this side of the shore, then please, look at me. I wish to thank you in person. I have obtained everything you sacrificed your divinity for. Lady Almanette.
After it makes the rating pistol get weird.
Oh, she must be
Wait,
the
hold
first
on, let me
soul
look it
we
up.
can communicate with here, right?
I'm afraid she is just another spirit trapped here, like the rest of them. The only difference is that I was there when she died. Please, go on. I'm listening.
The rating pistol gazes at Casperus. Point 1 point, it announces.
Yes.
Suddenly the eye stops moving.
As I am.
0.09 points. 0.4012 points. 0.7007 points. It drowns in a sea of data, continuously updating and reset. As if time is frozen, locked in perpetuity. I see. I want to know what the rating pistol actually means.
There's no need to worry, Elder. Take a look around you. You're already at the resting place of the dead.
The world of the dead. But how?
I understand that you chose to remain silent about the story to protect Castorus, the girl who coexists with death. But you no longer need to hide that story. I can assure you that you have protected that girl's life well.
Well, in that case, let me begin. Styxia, the pearl of the ocean.
We saw this art before, right?
Unwarranted calamity and ravaged by death in the fairy tale. It was the first city-state to shift their faith towards death, even before Idonia did. From where you stand now, I suppose that's a bit hard to believe. Right?
Indeed. I cannot imagine that those from the Era Chrysia, blessed with eternal life, could ever yearn for death.
I have pondered the same question, child. But I am afraid there is no clear answer to it.
Journeys and epics are only glorious and magnificent because all things eventually fade to dust. That's how someone once explained to me why death is necessary to the world. But I still can't take that as the final answer. Would a world without journeys and epics be worse off?
I take it the one who spoke this line was a general, or perhaps a warrior. I, however, did find some inspiration in these words. Would you like to hear my thoughts, Castoris?
Please enlighten me, Lady Amunet. Though I have already made up my mind on how to handle the authority and core flame of death. Your words might truly guide me to
I mean, there's no way she doesn't give it to the flame chase, but...
You and I are neither warriors nor generals. Therefore, journeys and epics cannot truly resonate with us. But what if I reframe it like this? What if love is not a trait bestowed upon mortals by Nestia, but a blessing from death?
Well, what would that make Nestia?
Love.
No one ever invented the word cherish in the era when
I don't
life
believe
was
that.
Eternal. For all the good things in the world could be revisited endlessly. And every bond formed carried no risk of being severed.
I still don't like this philosophy of it.
The so-called Era Chrysia was an age devoid of both virtue and sin. People did not truly live. They simply existed.
Nah, I don't like this idea.
Emotions without passion or purpose, then waiting for something to happen. Perhaps the people of Styxia chose to embrace death not out of fascination with its cruel and fearsome side, but instead became fixated and obsessed with the impulses and desires tied to a finite existence.
Therefore, death is not a thing of fear and desperation, but...
That's right, Castoris. It is the reason
I still decide I don't like this mentality of it.
And also the original spark.
Like, it makes sense for Castoris' story arc, but I just don't like this philosophy of death and non-death.
If you truly intend to deprive the world of death, then be prepared to witness it return to a state of stagnation.
I understand, Lady Amunet. Our limited lifespan shapes all that we know and love. Not even the Death Titan has the right to take that away from humankind again. Nestia's love was the chrysalis of Gold's first blessing, but it most likely wasn't understood by mankind. We only learned to interpret this wonderful gift after Thanatos' arrival. If the world was bereft of death,
A lot of this baked in the elves. I
then
find
the Queen
partial
of
truth them
Styxia
not entirely
wouldn't
true.
have
Yeah,
played midwife
yeah.
in delivering me into this world.
It depends on which version of elves. Like,
had welcomed me into Itonia. Anacleia would never have invited me to join the
I
flame
can't remember
chase
his
journey.
fucking name. Tolkien elves,
None of
absolutely.
these stories would ever have
I
happened.
have seen most of The Good Place. I don't think I saw all of the final season.
Would never have lived, let alone found happiness. Thank you, Mother. I will use all the love.
But yeah, this is definitely
this
like
long life
Tolkien elves specifically, because they are basically immortal
miracle.
and have like very detached feelings
My
towards most
teacher,
things.
Anaxagoras, grant me the wisdom of all things. I call upon thee.
The stripped dead dragon's corpse.
Yeah, this is also why I think it's weird that they used the dragon earlier. Or they had us use her earlier and have the dragon in it. So below.
So below. This is the greatest power of all powers. Unstoppable in this world. The great work that commands all death. I shall grant you embrace.
Ooh, okay. This design's really cool. It's got the like clutching, it's kind of an egg, but like, you know, how dragons are always hoarding wealth. It's like it's clutching it to not let it go. But it's also literally an egg, so it's like being hatched from it, but because it's death, it doesn't want to be hatched from it. Oh, this design's sick. When allied target's HP is reduced, accumulates Desperate Bubble. Upon reaching the limit, remove damage mitigation and enter the enhanced state. It's awkward, like another choice when you first got Trial of the Watch into the ultimate was locked. I think you just don't... I don't think we needed to actually fight as her for that scene. I think they should have given... Well, actually, no. It would have to be after this that they would let me play as her. Wait, so... Okay, so I want... Okay. I want it to be taking my HP.
Once we eradicate this hatred and
Because otherwise, if it doesn't want me to take HP, Aventurine stonks are back. I should have used that on Aglaia herself.
Heard the call. I doubt farewell. This mortal. Watch over
I also just think it's kind of weird how much they've promoted the dragon, given how kind of, like, crucial to this quest it is. Yeah, but Mighty's animations don't feel... I don't know if spoilery is the right word. No, I guess it is right though. Like, Mighty's abilities don't feel wrong for the state that he was at. Hello. Like, Cascos just doesn't have the abilities that she does in that. And it makes it very obvious what's gonna happen here. Like, it leaves no room of question how this is gonna end.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all.
I'll overcome the thorns. Trinity is before me.
A little honesty. All lies should be revealed.
There's no more need to weep in grief. I will grant you peace. Yes, it's me. I'm back.
to be revealed.
Spend time thinking as if I was gonna do anything but normal attack on Remembrance Trailblazer.
They may be moving by instinct, but there is fury welling up within them.
Watch over you and guide you on your path.
Countless, thus our fates become one.
When you're reading a book, it's already a foregone conclusion. It's just with May. Can we cast this? It was perfect transparent. See, that just makes me think of Umaneko. Ah, fucking feathering.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all.
That's one leaves in realm. Well, yeah. I feel like I'm missing something here. Oh, you mean it's just like with May? Yeah, they're both right here.
A little honesty will all lie to be revealed.
Please, don't turn back to the nether realm.
Well, we got an achievement of something.
Oh, death. Sleep in peace.
Casters be killing death. I wonder if there's an... Is it the new weekly boss?
I'm sorry I have to wake you.
We haven't had
up
one in a
from
little bit.
ancient death.
I think I've said that about every
know
boss
you're
in every patch.
Don't be afraid.
I definitely don't think that this is... I think this is real.
Once carried across the sea of souls.
Like, I think this is happening. I don't think it's like in Elysian Realm, where they're literal recollections of the past. I do think this is happening right now. And they are... I don't know if they're necessarily quote-unquote real people, but they are present existences that are looping in some way. But, like, they're not literally the same people looping. Like, it's not an exact loop every time. The way it happens is different. It just resets into a new samsara, into a new era, where the same thing happens again. So I don't think it's a story like that. This isn't literally the Flame Chasers.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to remember.
Hoyo never does the exact
With the
same
help
thing
of
twice.
many people, I was finally able to pick up these broken fragments of my past. I'm back, Pollux. I know this might not be what you wanted. But I have to do this. So please, carry me across the Sea of Souls again and return me to the Netherrealm, just like you did in the past. Please take me to where the core flame of death rests. I'll be going now.
We won't have to go into an egg, right?
They may look scary, but as long
Uh-oh. I thought we had more time. What's happening?
What's wrong?
I'm dying. I think I'm done for.
Are you...
What's wrong with him?
His time is almost up. If I don't go now, I'm afraid his soul will return to Thanatos' embrace before me.
What? Oh no! Is there anything we can do?
Don't worry. I promised I would ask Thanatos for the Trailblazers' right to roam the Earth again. Mem, stay here and keep a close watch until I return, all right?
All right. I'm the best at taking care of others. Go on, Cass. Make sure not to leave yourself with any regrets.
Take your time. I can still hold out. Gotta look cool in front of the pretty lady. Like here is where we should have be playing as Cass.
Please.
I did get turned the chessboard around from watching the Mineko fans play his tourney. Turn the chessboard around immediately made me think of Mineko. But then like the way you're talking about the story is like that just screams feathering to me. God, I love the feathering and Lambda Delta part. Yeah, don't worry about it. I beat you. I'll just write how I beat you later.
After all,
whenever people talk about the strongest like anime manga characters, I'm like, oh guys, you don't even know. You don't know what feathering do. Crunchy Moon.
So the legends were true. The Nether Realm really is a sea of flowers.
This also reminds me of FF10
Yes.
too.
just like the flower fields we tended to back then.
Is that you, Plixia?
Umaneko's such a good series. Everyone needs to read Umaneko.
Remember?
Just mod in the PS3 sprites if you can.
I don't have the memories from that time, but I've seen you before during an experiment.
I have no idea how Destiny works. Magic in Umaneko is kind of just whatever the fuck the witch wants it to be. Once you actually become a true witch in Umaneko, you basically are a multi-dimensional being that just can do. And depending on how good at it you are, you're just manipulating reality. It's not actual, like, magic in a sense. It is literally like you're pulling pieces on a chessboard to represent reality. There are two aspects to Umaneko. There is the physical real world, and then there is the meta world, where the meta world is where most of the present, quote-unquote, is taking place, and it is, in the beginning, Battler and Beatrice battling it out, with Beatrice making and remaking the world in a similar way to get Battler to try to understand, or Battler has to try to figure out the mystery. And the mystery every time is the same, but the way it's happening and the way things are going are different, basically. And then later stuff happens differently. Higurashi is canonically a game between the Umaneko characters Featherine and Lambda Delta. And basically what happens to Battler and Umaneko happened to, I believe her name is Rika, in Higurashi, which made her turn into Burn Castell. It's really good. Umaneko's really good.
Call me Thanatos, then. It'll be easier. However, since you recognize the name, you must already know everything about
God, I want to read it
Thanatos.
again, but it's so long.
Yes. I'm here to reforge the order of life and death in Amphorius.
But we're gonna die to live? Instead of living to die?
You know, my sister was a sympathetic, but rather sensitive person. Whenever she didn't want to say what was on her mind, she would avoid eye contact and look off into the distance. Just like what you are doing now.
Can you tell me about the last Era Nova? What did you do, Polixia?
Where should I begin? I suppose we can start from the beginning. A long, long time ago, there were a pair of like-minded twins. As foretold in the prophecy, they were chosen to be successors to the god of death. But fate was cruel. The price of attaining divinity was to take the life of a family member with our own hand.
That's very different. Wait. Okay, no. She's talking specifically about them.
Hands.
That trial was indeed recorded in that memory.
Then you should already know that my sister voluntarily gave up her own life, so that I could ascend as the demigod of death. But I couldn't accept that. Why did we have to kill each other for a future she'd never see herself? That's not fair. So, while weaving the laws of the new world, I shattered the forbidden bottom line for life and death. I reshaped my sister's soul and took the form of the great dragon Pollux to carry her up the River of Souls and back into the mortal realm. But our fates were already decided and manifested in unexpected ways in response to my futile actions. Aging is an unbreakable law of nature laid upon humankind, created at the same time as death. When the living die, their souls will meet Thanatos, who would determine where every soul goes. If the Reaper raises their left hand, the soul is granted death.
So we can definitely rule out
allowed to
Yaoshi
enter the Netherrealm to await
as the
reincarnation.
third.
If
Because
they raise
Yaoshi
their
wouldn't
right
let this happen.
hand, the soul is rejected by the Netherrealm and returned to the mortal realm to continue walking the earth.
That's why the Hand of Shadow can only lay down judgment and not embrace another being.
Yes. Death was originally a pair of hands, but they were split in twain when we reached the mortal realm, never to touch each other ever again. The half of Thanatos that represents life.
We are in the flower field, by the way.
The undying human who grants death.
From her prophecy.
That was the curse I forced upon you.
Then, what about you?
As the half of Thanatos representing death, I shoulder the fate of defying death. I died the moment I entered the world of the living. From then on, my Titan also no longer existed in this world. The cycle of life and death stopped. Souls were denied their audience with death, and were left stranded within an ever-rising river of the dead. What irony. My selfish desire to save your life gave you and the world a fate far worse than death instead. Then, what was left of my reason was left behind in the Netherrealm, where I've been taking care of these flowers day after day, until there is now a sea of them, all while mulling over the subject of life, death, parting, and enduring in endless loneliness.
Fate is absurd indeed. Our lives were a mirrored image of one another, like a pair of hands. Even so, we arrived at the same destination. We walked different paths, yet experienced the same pain.
I had hoped that maybe you would at least have a good life in this cycle.
I mean, past a certain point, she has.
I lived my life well. It didn't go to waste. As far as I'm concerned, you did nothing wrong.
Even though I forced the authority of granting death to humanity upon you, a total stranger.
Too many responsibilities were forced upon me in the course of this long journey. I was once lost, even upset. But I realized recently that if it weren't for your blessing, I wouldn't have understood the source of these emotions, nor would I have realized my purpose. I wouldn't have made it here to reunite with my missing half. And we wouldn't be discussing our past.
I mean,
while
these
sharing
things still
the
could have
same view of
happened.
This landscape.
They would just happened differently.
I wouldn't have understood the meaning of our existence.
The meaning of our existence.
This sea of flowers blooms on dead land, because we sowed it with the seeds of our separation, and watered it with our tears of loneliness. Yes, the only thing death is allowed to create are flowers that bloom from blood and tears. That's why Thanatos cannot create living beings at will.
No, yeah, the abundance is a bunch of things, but I don't know. Abundance is very actively, the abundance is very actively, like, going against death in, like, every form. Everything that we've seen of their creations is them attempting to defy death in one way or another.
Because the life
So I don't think a world where there is a active rule of death would involve the abundance.
Are you saying there's no point in Thanatos' existence?
No. No single being can bear the scales of life and death on their own. Not even a god. Life and death weigh equally heavy. We both know that now, don't we?
You, too.
I don't think it's a program,
Must
though.
have had
I
a
think it
difficult
is
life.
a
We've taken quite a ridiculous journey together.
quote. I think it is a simulation. I think it is a, like,
I had a
experiment. But I don't think it's a computer simulation. I do think these are real people.
One day. Not to
It's just
embrace
using
one another,
the power of the
long
eons to
separation.
simulate something.
but to come in search of retribution. Tell me the answer that's already been written. And let us draw this seemingly... It's been far
Then how do the nymphs know emoticons? Don't worry about
I've
it.
waited here for centuries. Watching day
They're funny little
after
guys.
day.
That's, I mean, also technically they have the
Desperate
internet.
spirits are denied by this
Just a different kind of
lonely
internet.
land. I always hoped I would see you among them. But I was also afraid of seeing you. I didn't know how I could possibly face you again. But more than anything.
Thank you, Cross. I hope you have a good day.
I was afraid that you might have forgotten all about me.
I know. But don't you see, Polixia?
No,
I made
Angie.
it back anyway. You don't have to shoulder death's authority on your own anymore.
Can't be angry
was
during a
always
Hoyo
meant to
stream.
be held
Only
in two
deeply,
hands
deeply
anyway.
sad.
So, let's give our core flame to him, and have him take it back to the mortal realm. Give humanity back their cycle of life and death. Our responsibility as Thanatos was never about picking out favorite souls. We were only meant to watch over life. Let's tend the field together, and create a warm sea of flowers for all the souls to come. What do you think, Polixia?
Yes, just one last step. You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame.
The
As
prophecy she
foretold
got.
by the prophecy, Thanatos' authority is only destined for only one person to wield. As the Chrysos heir of death, as their demigod, as a titan, our fated moment has arrived once again.
Just like before.
Yes, just like before. But unlike that time, the ones undergoing the trial this time are prepared.
You've made up your mind?
Yes, as dictated by fate. But I won't be afraid. As long as you're here with me. Complete your trial in this life. Grant me the embrace of death, and light the spark of life ablaze. You've been tempered by life and death. I know you'll be able to give this wasteland its first breath of life. Like a raven butterfly, flying swiftly into the netherrealm, perching on the twig of death.
I will. After this, I will remain permanently in the Netherrealm.
I don't think he will.
Souls shall return here and rain down from the sky, scattering souls across the
That's
earth.
probably good, though. We probably need
The
that.
cycle of life and death will flow once again. This sea of flowers you sowed shall bear countless joyous or sorrowful souls, and bloom evermore.
So I talked about something similar to that last time, where it is very similar because yeah, the mimetic entities are still people, right? They're still real in the sense that they're cognizant and they can do things, but the process that they've talked about for stuff reminds me deeply of something in 13 Sentinels, which is if you take a simulated personality, if you take a body and you take the recorded memories of someone, you are essentially, for all intents and purposes, it is the same person. It is indistinguishable. But I still think, like, they could, that's what I mean, they don't have to be like somebody in Belobog, right? Where they are a flesh and blood soul human in the same way that people on Earth are. But I don't think it's a computer simulation. I think these are like real people in the real universe, that the process of this the process of the paths involved in this world are simulating things like a giant computer. But they're still, I believe they are still real souls. Whether they are like actual physical people, I'm not sure, but Don Hung being able to interact with them makes me think that they are just actual physical real people in the same way that they are in Belobog. But they could be like a bundle of memories and information put into something, but it seems to me like even if it's not like in the Elysian realm where they were simulating an existing person, this, like, Castris is a new person that has not existed. Okay, Castris is a bad example, actually. Aglaia is a new person that had not existed before in the previous Samsaras. She might be simulated, quote unquote, in the sense that, like, it's all, you know, it's information and memories being shoved into something, but she is an existence unique to her. She's not trying to be the Aglaia from 4 loops ago. What's going to determine things for me and make me change my mind and stuff is if people from Amphorius can leave. Because if they can leave, they're just real entities. If, depending on the reason for if they can't leave, which does seem possible given Ocula and all his stuff, depending on the reason given, they are more simulated people like the Flame Chasers in HI3. Because if they can't leave because, like, the power that causes them to stay together is localized to Amphorius, I would still call them real people. If they leave, they just stop existing because they can't, like, they physically just can't get out, then they're a simulated person. But yeah, those are my thoughts on stuff so far. We'll see where it goes and how it continues. But I don't think they're definitely not a computer program. They are a simulation. In my opinion, they are a simulation based on the powers of these eons, trying to determine a specific outcome. But I think Amphorius itself is a just like actual physical. I don't know if physical is the right word, but it is a place, it is a planet like the other planets we've been to, where people die, have kids, and maybe, depending on how the souls work in this, are reincarnated. But I think it works on the same fundamental processes that every other person that we've met works. It is just because of the nature of the world itself, it is constantly going into the new samsara, recycling the same events to, again, like I said, my theory is to see how a person can ascend to Eonhood. But it is possible that whatever they are is stuck in the loop of Amphorius. So it's possible that, like, everything that exists on Amphorius can't leave it due to the bindings of the eons, and so it is recycling it in that sense. But I still don't even think that. I think it is following the fundamental laws of the universe that we are in, just in a way to simulate something on a grand scale.
Just one last thing. Can you grant me one wish? Of course.
Because I would still, like, you don't have to be like you don't have to be like a person from Belobog as an example to be a real person. Memo keepers are still real people despite being mimetic entities. No, yeah, I said that with Ocula. There's definitely a reason why Amphorians can't leave, but I don't know if that is because it would cause, like, it comes down to, can they leave? Because there's a bunch of reasons I can think of that they can leave, we just don't want them to because of the whatever we're testing, whatever we're doing. It could be that leaving fucks up the whole thing, in the same way that people coming in probably fucks up the whole thing, because it takes variables out of the equation that are intended to be constant. Or it takes variables in or out of an equation instead of that equation being constant. I know some Star Trek, not a significant amount, but yeah. It could be that, you know, if this is like a self-contained Sea of Souls rather than being connected to the whole imaginary tree, it could be that taking one out of the world fucks up the process in that now there's one less person for the next cycle. We also don't know if Ocula of the previous loops stopped people from leaving, because we don't know enough about Ocula yet. That could be something localized to this specific version of Ocula. We also don't know how or why Amphorius was hidden yet. All we know is that it took the power of remembrance to make it visible to the outside.
Please.
There's not enough information on our hands for me to like make an actual determination on this stuff yet.
Even if I have endured another reincarnation, even if we do not know each other's names, I will still.
I would also, by the way, call someone like Screwlum a real person, despite being a robotic entity. He has full sentience. That is, he has full sentience and sapience. Where he makes his own decisions. And I forget what they're called, but the ones that the robot people that we saw in Penacony are the same. That's one of the things where that's one of the versions that I was saying, for if they can't leave. I don't think that's the case, but it's possible that it is. If it is the case that they, like, would stick their arm out and it doesn't go anywhere, Intellitrons, thank you. In that case, I would call them not real people. I think they might be trapped on Amphorius due to one reason or the other, but I think that they would be able to exist outside of it were they able to get outside of it.
The 15th entry hour is already at hand.
If it is instead that, like, that was, in my mind, what you're saying is the second type. If it is possible that whatever's holding them, if they can't leave, that whatever's holding them together, it is possible that like breaks apart if they leave Amphorius. That's not like the holodeck example. If they like just literally cannot exist outside of Amphorius, that is the holodeck example. If they are the first one, I would still consider them real people. If they're the second, maybe not. Because the second one, I would probably even more. The first one to me, I think, can exist outside the confines of any simulation they're put in. They can think outside of, like, if they realize they're in a simulation, they can quote unquote, wake up and function outside of the confines of it. Whereas, the holodeck example is someone can't actually exist outside of the confines of it. The Flame Chasers in HI3 for me are that first example, because they could have left the simulation. Mobius was dedicated to finding ways and kind of had, and the Hersher of Corruption was gonna get out, using that process. And would have been able to take, Vilvi with her. That is the first example where, like, okay, maybe they, like, whatever is unique about Amphorius is literally holding them together, and going outside of Amphorius makes that fall apart. Yeah, I could go into, well, I don't want to get into the ethics of it, because that's an ethical question. But Because the physical body isn't what makes it quote-unquote real or not to me. Because like I said, the Memo Keepers don't have physical bodies, but they are clearly sentient sapient existences, able to exist outside of any simulation that might have made them. I will have a more in-depth conversation about how I feel about all this topic when we get to the end and have actual tangible answers.
No need to ask so many times.
But no, I do think this is a simulation, but not a computer simulation. I don't think these guys were, like, designed in this way. I think they are just regular born people, but the world they are in is following a grand metaphysical simulation. Oh no, you're fine. Again, I love talking like this, and I'm consuming everything. Plus, I'll watch Haru play it again in a few days. No, having discussions like this is why I stream it. Because if I didn't want to have conversations like this, I wouldn't stream it. I'd just do it on my own.
Are you not going to refute me?
It also, my opinion on this is also going to highly matter which the third god is.
Stowaway like you.
There are some where, depending on who it is, might be like, yeah, okay, maybe they're not, like, quote-unquote real.
Well, that is exactly
I was gonna bring Aha up as an example of that, but Aha could go either way, actually. Because Aha just does shit for shits and giggles.
The hour of the trial has come. Do you have an answer for me? And how will you prove the veracity of your argument?
Oh, veracity.
I suppose there is no point in putting this off any longer.
I was gonna point and go, look, it is Ouroboros!
Recall where we stopped the last time.
But Ina, no.
You were saying that Amphorius's history is cyclical.
We're definitely looking at
the demigods that bear the core flames eventually become the new titans at the world's end. Remember what happened on the Holy Mountain? Calypso, Naias. As their destined ends approached, one by one they left this world, leaving only the twins, who are fated to succeed death. Unfortunately, while their journey is consistent with ours,
I think I talked about it last time.
As well as
my main thoughts right now are Idrilla or Terminus.
I can only come up with a rough sketch for my theory of a cyclical
those are my main thoughts.
For all the pains I took to reach this point, I had already lost hope of ever obtaining
the beauty or finality.
After all, the past is in the past.
But I'm not so locked in that it has to be one of them.
Of the past is a hopeless endeavor. That is, until I met a girl named Polixia and her sister. If Castorus was truly sent from the past to the present for the Titan's self-serving reasons, then having lived through 2 cycles, and with Styxia as the pivot, she will no doubt be the link to connect all of this together. If the Twins of Death can bridge 2 cycles to reunite at the shores of the Sea of Souls, then my hypothesis.
If you can do it with one person, in theory, you can do it with everyone.
Hypothesis. And you too will get the answer to your question.
Well, that is all well and good, but how can you be so sure? If there is even the slightest error in your hypothesis, the girl will be shattered.
I don't think he cares.
It matters not. The most important quality a scholar must possess is foolhardiness. If you
I actually agree with this, although playing with people's lives is
and change
something.
Will never come. Besides, I, an Exagoras, am destined to overturn this farcical world. Come, let us go and teach those pathetic worms one final lesson.
I feel like more than ruling in Aeons, there are a few Aeons I can rule out. I don't think, narratively speaking, it's going to be... okay, I should say, I don't think from a perspective of the narrative that it will be Lan, Yaoshi, Shippei, Aha, or Clyphos, because they already have major plots done, ongoing, or coming. We have set up multiple times Sampo doing something. I fully believe Sampo is an emanator of Aha. Or at least, if not that, a really, really high-ranking masked fool. And he's gonna do... There's gonna be a plot revolving him that's gonna bring Aha in. So narratively, I push all of them aside. Because of the conversation with Orynyx earlier, I think whatever the third Aeon is a dead one. Which is why I'm kind of really going for Adrilla. I think it's specifically also a one of the quote-unquote dead ones that are female presenting, which very much just screams Adrilla to me. But also narratively, the Stellaron Hunters showed up. We know the Stellaron Hunters are going to do more in the future. It would make sense with the cycles and everything if the final one is Terminus, is the finality. And this ties into whatever the next arc is going to be, because we would see, we would get an introduction to the philosophy of Terminus here to then carry it forward. It could be Mythos. I think narratively Mythos would make sense. I think it would make sense from a sense of the Enigmata being able to hide stuff and change history would make sense. But I just don't see the more... Like, narratively, I see that on the wide scale. I don't see on the small scale where they're going with that. I've always been saying it sure is interesting the song they made the music video trailer for the Flame Chasers about is Nameless Faces. I still don't think it's Aha. But that's fair. I think actually that would work. That could work with Mythos. I don't think it's Ha. I don't think it's the Equilibrium, because I don't see a narrative focus for them or a thematic one. Adrilla, I have a lot of textual evidence for. We have narrative stuff in that she's been built up as missing through Argenti, and we have that the Aglaya, the leader of the Flame Chasers, who have a specific, what do you call it? We have a specific god that parallels to Adrilla, and Aglaya obviously being her inheritor. I can't discount, Akavili, but I don't think it's Akavili. There's the fact that the Trailblaze, or that the Silver Rail specifically does not connect to Amphorius, and I feel like narratively it wouldn't make sense to me to do a big setup of Akavili here, but it would narratively make sense to connect to Akavili with us being the Trailblazers being the one to come in and help fix the problems of it. That's why I can't fully discount it, but I don't fully see it. Akavili is definitely on my, like, big maybe chart. I think Akavili is on the same level as Mythos, to me. I don't think it's Ix. The Nihility just doesn't make sense here, for me. I don't think it... Long... Maybe? with something of permanence with the Erechrysia and all that, but I think that they're keeping that to the Cienjo storyline. And then it turns off it's not going to be, because that, again, narratively we have stuff set up for that. We're building on that. And then Ouroboros, I'm coping that it could be Ouroboros, in that they're also an inactive one that is,
Fine. So they are leaving the final debate to him.
They're inactive, they are female presenting.
Let those Chrysos heirs who started
And,
this
you know,
terrible war hear you.
Ouroboros
Let them hear the voices
kind
of
of
the people.
kind of makes sense with the cyclical nature. It's cope. It's all cope. It's just because Ouroboros is the Aeon I find the most interesting and really want to see.
As always, that woman knows how to stir up a crowd.
Professor Anaxa, I thought you'd pass on this.
But my,
Everyone
like,
must
big
cast
likely corner
or this assembly
are
would serve no
Idrilla
purpose.
and Terminus. My maybe corner is Mythos and Akavili. And then, like I said, there's a bunch I throw out because of narrative reasons.
To an assembly like this.
Akama has stood strong under this system for 1,000 years. It stands to reason that there is purpose in its existence. But that is not what you're asking, is it? What you really want to know is Aglaya making the right decision in entrusting the fate of the world to you?
Nothing ever escapes you.
I didn't spend all those years teaching you for nothing.
I don't think it's that.
Most people only take 4 years.
The fact that there are so many Titans that are direct counterparts to the Aeons, I do think it is a, like, direct intended simulation using a bunch of the existing ones as bases. Potentially, the ones that don't have one-to-ones are Aeons that either have not formed yet, but will, or ones that are so far gone that people don't remember them.
I thought so.
Because that question is not yours to ask in the first place.
But, like, the fact that there are so many parallels makes me think that I still believe this is a simulation using the powers of the Eons, therefore using base information of the greater universe.
Why are you fretting about this on her behalf? Or have you been seeing yourself as her pawn all this time?
But you know, Ouroboros is sometimes represented as an infinity snake eating its own tail. That's usually a circle, but it's sometimes an infinity symbol.
What should I do to ensure that the world doesn't stray from the correct path? That
Usually a
is what you
circle,
should be
but
thinking
sometimes.
about. You still have time, so give it some thought. Oh, and don't bother telling me the answer. Tell it to those begging for salvation from the gods.
I'm gonna just say, if it turns out to be Ouroboros, I'm going to pop the fuck off.
That's Anaxagoras to you.
Who will you be voting for?
That'll depend on how well you perform. May Circe safeguard your thoughts.
And actually, you a bitch. I love you. you a bitch, affectionate. Oh, hello.
Ah.
Lord Anaxa, you're finally here. The last speaker for the assembly will be taking the stage soon. The resolution will be passed after that. Lady Kindness has reserved a special seat for you. Shall I show you to it? Lead the way. Ah, shit, I need to fix my party.
Find things remaining the way they are, and I'll walk over you to say it. I'm a little nervous.
With my layout, I think it took Elding shot.
Elders and citizens, silence.
Which, to be fair, with any fight they give me, I could probably do without sustain,
I
but...
present to you Finan of Ides Elysiae, virtuous citizen of Akama.
Ides just means, like,
speaker of the
home of, right? So he's from the home of Elysium.
I
remember him. He's the penniless lad working for Aglaya.
That's how you remember it?
Where's Lady Goldweaver?
Why is she sending this guy to give the last speech? Is this really the end of the Flame Chase journey?
Can this dude really face down kindness?
Is it now Ace Attorney time? Ides means hateful. Oh, really? So it's a hateful Elysium.
By Kefali above, dear citizens of Akima, as you look upon me, so too do I see you. I see your fear and misgivings, your
It's a
apprehension
mosquito.
about the discord between the Chrysos heirs and the Council of Elders, and your uneasiness about the future of the Holy City. Yet, before you contemplate something as grand as the fate of the world, I ask that you look closer. Look beyond.
In Latin,
the
Ides
horizon
refers to a temple or
illuminated by
shrine,
Kefali.
particularly the physical building
At the
itself,
crisis
rather than the
threatening
consecrated
to
space of the act of
overwhelm us.
worship. It can also refer to a dwelling, house, or even a home.
Ides Elysiae, my beloved hometown, is a village forgotten by time. It is a place with the most invigorating breeze.
Ides is the standard Latin word for a building dedicated to a deity, whether it's a grand temple or a smaller shrine.
I once thought that there I would enjoy a lifetime of peace and
Related to the
quiet
Greek
with
words
my
for
friends
fireplace
and
or hearth.
family. How I wish I could invite all of you to that paradise, far from the noise and chatter of the world. Alas, I can't. Because she, and all that she nurtured, all that I loved,
Yeah,
it
like,
had long been devoured
man,
by the black tide. My
the
beloved home is no
I
more.
think he was a priest of Ornyx that showed up earlier. Like, they make it, it's really easy for, yeah, if you just search ID, or IDs, you get mosquitoes. In Latin, it is, house or home. That's interesting, though. If it's in Greek, it's disgusting. I wonder if it's a double meaning. It's really easy for the people of Akima to want Arachrysia back when they haven't lost anything, relatively speaking. Like, but for everyone else, they have nothing to go back to, and you guys won't let them into your home. It also can mean tomb.
I will never forget the day the black tide struck.
Hieronymus!
My father,
Hieronymus Bosch!
Hieronymus.
I'm sure there's another
fought with a
Hieronymus, but
broken
metaphor.
sword
I learned
to
so
his
much about
last
Hieronymus
breath
Bosch
to protect
because
his
of metaphor.
My mother, Aldada, she was ripped apart by monsters. Also, I might live to stand before you here and now. Galba, he was a hunter. But in the end, those arms that once drew a bow instead embraced Piso, his beloved son, as they both breathed their last. Feetsies, the teacher, risked her life to save her students, but a burning beam fell on her, crushing her.
Kablam!
And what of Livia, her daughter? Did she make it out alive? No, she didn't. Livia, Piso, and so many other children. My childhood friends. They were all swallowed by the black tide and turned into monsters.
But I had to then fight.
The same thing over and over.
Oh no, it wasn't. I had to fight.
The final moment, I finally steeled my heart and granted them eternal peace with my sword. Why, Fine? Aren't we the best of friends? That is the black tide.
I don't know if it's a direct actual parallel to the
to its knees
Greek gods. Because Thanatos is a literal god
the three titans of
in Greek
Akama
also.
will return to an era Chrysia once more, but much as it
Separate from
pains me,
Hades. I believe Thanatos actually predates the gods themselves.
While the demigod of strife has done everything in his power to hold them back,
Like, I think Nyx also does.
By now, the name of that black-robed swordmaster, the Flame Reaper, has likely echoed throughout the city already. The roaring thunder is a message from the strife demigod. The Flame Reaper has risen from death, and they hunger for the core flames of the gods.
Lies! If such a powerful enemy is indeed approaching, why is Akama still a picture of peace?
Because you guys are lucky and it hasn't gotten here yet.
The city of Akama shows no signs of pandemonium or chaos.
Have you guys ever, like, looked outside?
Why is that? I beg you, spare a moment to think about this. Are we able to stand here and hold this assembly in peace today because the danger has passed? No. This peace we enjoy is no gift of fate. We are able to stand here today only because the Chrysos heirs have stepped up and shielded Akama from calamity. With her golden threads, Aglaya has preserved and continues to preserve these idyllic days that all of you hold dear. The Council of Elders claims that Aglaya will one day forsake the people because her divinity is eroding her body and soul. But ask yourselves this. Rather than offering her aid and support, why do they choose to watch and push Akama away from the Flame Chase journey? The answer that no one can bring themselves to speak of. A truth stained in blood and buried in greed.
He's doing a
fear,
fantastic
and
job,
vanity.
by the way.
Allow me to lay it bare before you. It is because the Council of Elders, which bears Akima's history and honor, along with this citizens' assembly we once took so much pride in, are now infested with vermin.
Yeah, no, he's right. They care about their power.
You insolent whelp! How dare you!
It is true that Aglaya has reached her limit. Why? Because she has been working tirelessly to weave the defenses of our holy city against the encroaching evil. All while these vermin are making up baseless accusations about her and scheming in the shadows. Not once has she ever failed Akama. Yet these vermin attempt to tear her apart, tarnishing her name with unfounded allegations. She may have been blessed by divinity, but hasn't her heart always stayed true to humanity? They attempt to mislead you and reduce this assembly to a crude standoff between gods and humans, but citizens of Akama. Once more, I implore you to open your eyes and look at those around you. Examine them closely. Beneath all that finery, do you see the good heart of a human or the poisonous glands of a pest? Make your judgment, then turn your gaze to the demigods whom so many of you regard as cold and merciless. Do you not see the light of humanity in them? And those who wear the mask of humanity yet utter only hurtful, slanderous words. Can you not see that their souls have been corrupted by power? Yet, no matter what your answer is, and no matter who your vote goes to, rest assured that you have nothing to fear. For Aglaya, Tribios, and I will remain your faithful guardians and pledge our lives to upholding your decision.
Finan's such a good, like, put aside that he's
vow
Kevin.
will stay true until the end
Finan's
of our days,
an incredible
where it will
character.
be passed on to future
Finan's probably my
chasers.
number 3 of the flame chases in this.
A steadfast
An unwavering promise that shall endure
Maybe a
through
Goliath, I
the
know.
ages.
Absolutely right. The Christ of heirs. Only our best interests in mind. I still don't understand it. I will never believe our succeed. Our oaths have to end. So...
In an uproar, representative leaders from different cities in Akuma threw pieces of pottery into the Dalian.
At the present time, on the scales of Talentum, those who call for the continuation of the Flame Chase journey, and those
They have been
who
setting us up for calling him the
suspension.
debate club nerd. You're right.
Each faction holds an equal
They specifically
share of votes,
mentioned that he went to
resulting
the
in a perfect balance.
that he was in all the debate stuff in the last patch.
This
And then
is
doubled
the
down on
moment
this
when
one.
The flame chase journey is the closest to its end.
And now it's your
Oh my
turn
god,
to vote.
he decides.
Lord Anaxagoras.
Is there anyone else who hasn't voted?
No, you're the last. Cast your vote with care, for your decision will
He's gonna vote for
break
the flame
this
chase.
impasse.
I have long since made a decision.
Very well. May you bring much needed change to this farcical world.
Alright, we're back. We're back up. This is why I'm recording now. Haha! Because now, for YouTube, none of this will be lost. I'll probably cut this part, but... Alright, let me replay this.
Very well. May you bring much needed change to this farcical world.
Oh, it actually... Wow! It knew exactly who to take out. It left in my healer and my, oh wait, this is the team I had last time I played him. Never mind. Alright, let's make it dramatic like he would. I wish I could hear all of them whispering down here.
You've done well, Finan. Given the circumstances, delivering a rousing speech to stir up emotions was a prudent move. Thank you all for your patience. On behalf of the 7 sages of the Grove of Epiphany and the scholars of Orpheus, I, Anaxagoras, am ready to cast my vote. But before that, in the interest of fairness, Lady Goldweaver, I pose a question to you before all who are gathered here. Will you, as Finan has promised, stand by the decision made in the assembly, regardless of outcome?
No.
In the interest of fairness, I make no promises, lest it should influence your decision.
That's fair.
Very well. I thank you for your honesty.
What's he doing?
The stakes are high. Let's be patient.
He's being dramatic, is what he's doing.
Cut the act! Who do you think you are wasting our time like this?
Anaxagoras, scholar of the 7 sages of blah 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 blah.
Please do not forget that I...
Rule number 1. Do not call me Anaxa. Rule number 2. never interrupt me. Silence is golden.
Oh, believe me, I know the lore of Hestia.
Just vote already.
Hestia's the goodest girl there ever was.
Your vote. Cast your vote. Cast your vote.
I cannot help but wonder, is every hardship in the world something you will exploit and use to your advantage?
Yes.
How else am I supposed to make use of this situation where my body and soul are separated? Oh, Cersei's. Or should I say Calypso? Accompany me on this final journey. Let us journey to the Netherrealm and see how she will substantiate the answer to your question and validate my decision. We need only to follow the sound of the tides.
Alright, we're back here again.
You are...
Well done, child. Just as I foresaw, you have achieved great things.
Teacher.
What a twist of fate. A blasphemer raised in the doctrines of the Venerationists. It's like a foal kicking its mother in the belly after taking all her milk.
I respect you immensely, sir, but...
You cherish the truth even more. So, child, do not be troubled by the criticisms I have borne. Do not let those voices hinder you as you forge ahead. As the sage of the Venerationists, I am duty-bound to oppose you. But, as your friend and mentor, Anaxagoras, I say, go forth, for the truth is already in your hands.
I will keep that in mind.
Go now, child. Your lonely pursuit is about to welcome a new chapter. And when you reach the end of this journey, may we meet again with the truth before us.
You have my word, sir. May Cersei's safeguard your thoughts.
May Cersei safeguard your thoughts.
She's nuts.
You are right, Empedocles. My lonely pursuit is about to welcome a new chapter. I must be on my way now. May we meet again with the truth before us, Empedocles.
What are you waiting for? Just cast your vote.
Silence! Silence, everyone!
Behold, Cersei's, here at the center of the world, I shall write the final step of my proof. For this place is but one step away from the truth.
Professor, I completed the proof you wanted.
Oh no, he's crazy.
Castoris.
The answer is plain as day. My vote goes to The flame chase journey and nothing else! Elder Kindness, I have deciphered the truth of this world.
I fucking love him! He's a fucking bitch, he's the best!
With the balance shattered, the result is clear. By carefully enter Lenten above, as the Theoros I have observed.
No! Lygus, you can't! Anaxa, what have you done? Have you lost your mind? I hope you are prepared for the harsh punishment awaiting you. Mark my words, I will make sure
to be
that
fair,
clever
I love
Venomous
Vanax's voice
never
actor. He's
forgets
also
the price
wise
of
in
betrayal.
CCC. I love that laugh. I think it's fitting for. I think it's
Have
really
you
fitting for him.
forgotten?
But I'm gonna look at. I'm
I
gonna have to
told you
look.
that
My
happens
friend
to be
will
one of
plays
my
in Chinese,
grand
so whenever she
talents.
gets to it, I'll see it there.
Put on such a grand performance just to aid their preposterous flame chase journey?
Performance? No, you are quite mistaken.
No, I think the English
I may
voice actor
be
does such a good
paranoid
job
by
here,
nature,
though.
But I've always been known for my honesty. If you really understood me, Lady Kindness, you'd realize that I never had any interest in your pathetic little game of politics.
Yeah, she's just playing for power.
Factions,
Even if he doesn't agree
standpoints.
with Aglaya at
They are
least has
jokes
a
in my
philosophical
eyes.
goal. He would
I've
respect
never
that
once
way more.
switched sides. Because I, and I alone, am the truth.
Lady Kindness, with all the citizens here as witnesses, we should honor the spirit of democracy and respect the decision of this assembly. I have observed that Akama has chosen her destiny. This citizens' assembly has resolved to continue the flame chase journey. This resolution shall be put up on the wall of heroes, such that all citizens are aware of the city's way forward.
You!
It seems not everyone is ready for the assembly to end. Very well. Let me entertain you for a little longer. By your leave, Lord Lygus.
Interesting.
I am not aware of who Lygus was named after. I thought it might be something
Your
important.
attention, please.
Because they're giving him a lot of attention.
If you will. Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany has an announcement for the assembly.
Hey, it's a bug! Give me Lygus in this.
Just moments ago, all of you made a decision on the fate of Amphorius. As a supporter of the Flame Chase journey, it pleases me to see the choice you have made. But I regret to say that I still harbor doubts about this outcome. Thus, I hereby challenge this resolution.
What? You voted for it!
Tell me,
What?
who among you dare swear to Kefali's name that Aranova will truly welcome the fairy tale ending that the Chrysos heirs have promised? A beautiful new world free of calamity and madness?
Nonsense! What is he getting at? Of course he...
Not even for a second. No one? Must I pick somebody to answer? Very well. You, the one acting so wise and profound, in front of all present here, do you dare swear that it will happen for sure? No? Fine. Next. You, the one with ignorance written all over your face. Yes, you. Do you dare swear by it in front of the Titan?
What are you trying to do?
Useless. Your turn, then. With that smug look of yours, you must be confident that the Flame Chase journey is the best course to take, right?
Hey, mind your tongue!
So, no one? I see. In that case, Finan, answer me this. Your speech was filled with such passion just now. How confident, then, are you in making this promise?
Professor, what are you doing?
Let him continue with his performance.
Will you look at that? Even Finan and Aglaya lack the courage to make such a promise. And what's even more absurd is that no one but I can promise you this new world. And yet, the Assembly passed the resolution anyway. But you needn't worry, because I knew better than to trust you good-for-nothings. That is precisely why I am here today.
Interesting. Like, Kyrgyz was the lawmaker who wrote the laws of Sparta. Interesting.
Now listen up and listen well. I, Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany, hereby declare everything that the Flame Chase journey promises is true. Finan of Ides Elysiae, the prophesized demigod who shall succeed Kefali, will reforge each and every one of us in the new world with his complete, intact memories.
The Finan's gonna make it to the next world, but no one else
core
is.
flame-bearing titans were the
And then he's
Chrysos
gonna...
heirs of yesterday. And the Chrysos heirs who carry the core flames
He's
today
gonna make it,
will
or
become the
he's gonna make
titans of
everyone...
tomorrow.
He's gonna bring everyone back.
All of our souls shall endure for eternity in the miracle of the World-Bearer. And all under Kefali's protection shall step into that new world.
This is pure blasphemy!
It's impossible.
What? Are you saying that we must bow down to you and worship you, even in our next lives? Enough, you blasphemous imbecile! How dare you try to deceive us with all
You're the ones that are
lies
supposed to
and
like the
falsehoods?
gods. He's the one that hates them.
I told you, don't interrupt me. But since you've asked,
Alright, I'm
I shall
rolling
be
for an
kind
Axa.
and indulge you. My statements are based on my experiments on the divine body of Kefali themselves. You heard me correctly.
Now we're in blasphemous territory.
With the tacit approval of kindness and the Council of Elders.
Ooh.
I fused my soul with a god through alchemy and learned the truth behind Era Nova.
What is he talking about? Isn't that pure blasphemy?
I, the vile, wretched blasphemer, deserve nothing less than death for my sins. And the Council of Elders, which granted me consent and aided in committing this atrocity, should face punishment alongside me.
By the gods, even kindness has betrayed Akuma.
Haha, Uno reverse card, bitch!
I had no knowledge of his transgressions. He did that on his own. The Council of Elders bears no responsibility for his actions. Lord Lygus, as the esteemed Theoros, are you going to simply stand by and allow the Council of Elders to be dragged through the mud?
Nothing he said has been wrong.
If the accusation is true, I will acknowledge it. If not, my conscience stands unburdened. Lady Kindness, the reputation of the Council of Elders was not built
No, it
in
could
day,
be shattered overnight.
Nor will it be shattered overnight. Repercussions await those who fool the people, and punishment must be meted out on those who abandon their vows. We should respect this beautiful city and her people.
You...
Lady Aglaya, the Gold Weaver, I humbly ask that you take on the responsibility of overseeing this judgment in the name of the fairness of Talantin and the justice of Kefali. Considering the circumstances, and in accordance with Agama's codex, as the only demigod among us, you shall rightfully wield this authority.
The honor is mine to bear.
How is this permitted? Somebody do something! This is how we're supposed to hold.
Elders and citizens, silence, if you please. Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany has made his statement clear. As per Akima's Codex, I request all present citizens to stand with me in exercising the right of judgment. First, Elder Kainis of Akima and Ligus the Theoros stand accused of neglecting their duties and abusing the law, leading to the egregious blasphemy against a god. In the names of Talantin and Kefali, Akima is to form a committee before the 7th action hour to conduct an investigation and disclose the findings to the public for subsequent
Mighty
judgment.
and Kremnos were definitely based off of Sparta and like how a rational, actual good person not clinging to their power would recognize the
Now,
negatives of it.
Concerning Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany, he has confessed to grave blasphemy against Kefali. In the names of Talantin and Kefali, the accused must be allowed to hear the people's voice prior to the execution, for a chance at a reduced sentence and possible pardon.
Let him die!
Professor.
What about... You guys are also voting for the council.
Let him die! 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 Let him die!
What decision will you make, Lady Goldweaver?
Enough with the hesitation, Aglaya. This is not like you.
Let him die! Let him die! Let him die! Let him die! Let him die!
I am still with Crazy. I love him.
Let him die! Let him die! Let him die!
Then, in light of the people's voice, O Talantin on high, may you bring death upon him.
And now Castorus comes from the void. A sea of flowers. What is this place?
Allow me to reintroduce myself. I bore the name of Castorus while walking among the mortals. And now, I stand as the demigod of death, the living side of Thanatos. Welcome to my realm, where the west wind ends.
Mom, I made it! My character is finally done! It's a beautiful place.
Every departed soul who has arrived here has expressed the same. Did you know? Every flower here was planted by Thanatos themselves. These flowers were originally both lifeless and immortal, but in the first rain brought by the River of Souls, they were given new life, flourishing as the bearers of countless souls. And it is my duty as the Master of Death to tend to their well-being and foster their growth in this serene haven. Similar to the structured cycle of life and death in the mortal world, these flowers too shall wither and fade, returning to the earth and then ascending to the sky with mist and tides. Eventually, they will descend to the mortal land as gentle rain. Every soul undergoes the perpetual cycle of reincarnation, albeit in varied forms, until the world meets its end. Yet, sadly, there's no time left for Orpheus to wait for when the flowers bloom again. Now, death is the power at my fingertips. It once led the souls of the deceased here, but I shall open the gate of the netherworld and return you to the realm of the living. In exchange, please, take the core flame of death with you and complete the flame chase journey. Do not let our work thus far be in vain.
You're not going back?
Just like the other demigods, I will stay here and embrace my destiny.
The cast is getting smaller.
It is not easy to guide a lost soul back to the mortal realm. The whispers of death are sweet and alluring. If your determination wavers, you will succumb and be forever ensnared by the netherworld's grasp. Please consider this a one-time exception. I will do everything in my power for the flame chase journey. And for your life, the only life I can save.
I'll do my best.
I am glad to hear that.
Over here!
March! Keep moving forward, and don't look back. Keep going. The express is right here with you. What? Is everyone else also dead? Listen, just keep moving forward. One day, our paths will cross again. Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh, hello.
Forward with us toward tomorrow!
Hello. Hello. Hi, wife. Uh-oh. Oh, shit, I went back! I went backwards! I was allured backwards by Kafka. I didn't even think about it.
Look back. That's right. Keep your eyes on the dawn.
Why did we get two of the
Onward. Show me your courage.
Celeron hunters?
Partner, we shall become heroes together.
I really, that wasn't a bit, that wasn't a joke. I did that genuinely and did not think about it. Finally. Oh hey, it's the cliffhanger. Thank you, Castorus. Since I've already made it to the end, maybe I can have one last glance at that sea of flowers. No, don't do that. This is where Orpheus fucks up. Wow, in red. Thanks, Acheron. Oh, wait, it is Acheron! Fear not, as a touch of red will be awaiting you at the end of the path. I again said that as a joke. Acheron being here is so actually thematic though, because Acheron is one of the rivers of the underworld. I'll guide you and illuminate the way out. By doing so, you'll eventually reunite in the warmth of reunite in the warmth of the sunlight. What's this? What in the world are these shadows and voices?
All of this is proof that you once lived. Your soul, your memories, the years you've journeyed through.
Is she here?
And the path they revealed, leading you
Are
back
we
home.
finally gonna see her, or is it just Mem?
So, continue onward. Do not stop moving forward, and do not let her sacrifice and the support of all who have stood by you be in vain.
Over here, friend!
Damn, okay, so that, I think, was Cyrene. But I guess we're not seeing her yet.
Hand. Let's go home.
Oi. Goodbye, Netherrealm. Hello again, Mortal Realm. Let the trailblazing continue. I'm back.
At last. I knew you could do it. Your soul is still perfectly whole. As if some kind of force is trying its best to keep it together.
It's a Stellaron.
Is it Ornyx's final blessing? Or...
trying not to
is
explode.
It a miracle of your own? It's truly incredible. Such a strange surge of familiarity. So hard to describe. Perhaps it is fate, once again fulfilling its own design. Or perhaps it is the laws from beyond the sky, so familiar to you, that intertwined our fates long ago. It seems that this is a riddle which cannot be solved anytime soon. The sensation of becoming a demigod is truly wondrous. It's as if the river of souls is winding its way through the depths of my spirit, transforming with each breath into a fine rain that nourishes the world. Do you recall that prophecy? At the end of the sea of flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips, and after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation.
Oh, it literally, the souls are the souls of me.
I promised you that I would do everything in my power to give it another meaning. Now, as I stand as a demigod and destiny draws to a close, I can finally end it in a way that is as beautiful as it deserves. The wish I once sought, but could never grasp, is now within reach. In this brand new world, every blooming life will lift its arms in celebration and recount the profound meaning of this very instant. Every touch, every embrace we share will never again be an ice-cold loss. They will radiate with an intense warmth, sowing love far and wide throughout the land. The other shore is very cold.
The Doggins now. Oh, wait, nope. Hello.
May I borrow your warmth? One last time.
Hug her back.
Thank you for fulfilling
Hug her
this
back, damn
mission.
you.
The place I'll be going to is what humans call the Land of Sorrows. But with this heartbeat and the residual heat of this embrace, I shall turn the nether realm into a gentle place of rest. This embrace may be brief, but it's the proof that I once lived.
Remember that we once
Farewell,
lived.
then. May we reunite in the new world.
Bye, Emmett Selk. Presently in Akama.
That grand and absurd performance was what you've been seeking your whole life?
I don't want to turn auto off.
I gave up everything in search of truth, and it culminated in this very moment. You, on the other hand, performed as I expected. You did not hesitate when you saw the chance to attain power. It's as if you...
Crave power, like a fly craves rot.
Those are your words, not mine.
But what you said at the end, did you already know what I had planned for Thinen?
I may have lost an eye, but my vision is clearer than anyone else. You've nearly exhausted your humanity. You're no different from my current state as a walking corpse.
That's true. I've long since burned to ash over the past 1,000 years. Only he is capable of unleashing a raging fire that rivals our final great enemy, Aquila.
So, this is our last chance. How about we let go of the bad blood between us? May I resonate with your core flame?
No, you can't end the divorce arc.
Do.
That's impossible. To persist with your soul thinned to such an extent. You're insane.
Just as you fight to lug your corpse onward to complete your unfinished goals, I have my own reasons for doing this. Until Thinen grows into his position as the prophesied leader, I must continue to lead everyone on the flame chase journey. I must keep inching forward, even if only as an empty shell.
I've long predicted this was the case, but I didn't think you'd already lost so much.
What does this mean, though?
We would have avoided so many misunderstandings if you and I had just...
Well, I don't know what they mean by, like, she's losing her humanity and her soul is
ideological
spinning.
differences. There is one thing you and I agree on.
Thinen.
Yes. He was born to be a hero. He understands the hearts of the people, and I can confidently say he is a far better leader than you. Only he is capable of fulfilling your mission. Sadly, he is a man cursed by Nestia. But by my estimates, his horribly elaborate sense of style should not impede Aranova.
Congratulations are in order. We found common ground at the very end of our destined path.
It's crazy that he's not next patch to me.
Glaya, we're back. Come welcome our great hero reborn from the ashes.
I hope he didn't hear your earlier assessment.
It wouldn't be the first time I criticized him. A man should be aware of his own shortcomings.
Unmoor and sail away from the underworld.
I'm gladdened by your triumphant return.
Oh, well.
But I don't see Castris among your number.
Yeah, about that.
It looks like she not only helped me prove my theory, but helped you fulfill your mission.
Hey, by the way,
as
are
well.
you still dying? Finally understood her origins and completed her trial.
She might not have been able to change her fate, but she still wrote the final verse of her epic.
Was the conversation where Fuquan tried to explain what being immortal does to your brain? Martin, to be fair,
please recite the
that was specifically about
Trailblazer.
their
Please
type
surrender
of
that scalding
immortality,
cool flame for us as well.
not like long life in general.
You are the only life she ever saved by her
Because
own hand
they're like
in her
the
1,000
curse
years on
or
this
blessing of Yaoshi specifically
Every
eventually
million
ends in being
great
Mara
task.
stricken. That doesn't necessarily apply to all forms of long life or immortality. Let the ceremony begin.
O gods who have returned, and gods who are still watching, today we bring you a soul laid bare. The Hand of Shadow, Thanatos, remembered their name from the past. From daylight they came, and to their fragrant dwelling they return, to walk now among your ranks. And there was one who joined hands with the Titan, a traveler risen from the dead and reborn among mortal kind. He is the everlasting night, and shall now proclaim in his good name, O Majesty of the 12 Titans, pillars of the world, we seek your divinity to mend the rifts of the world. Fill our bodies with blood of gold, till we wither in willing service to the prophecy. Step forward, trailblazer from beyond the sky, and together with us, surrender the core flame and carve their star into the sky.
Goodbye, Castris. Just 3 left.
A constellation for death.
For life and death, to be more precise.
Look!
Let's see, we've Kefali for Fine and we've Ocula for Hyacine. What's the last one left, though? Is that Castris?
No, it's only a divine echo. I think she's here for the trial.
Oh, it was Cersei's. Then I guess technically we have them all.
That's the language of the Titans. Casterus... No. The
Ooh,
Titan.
that one's gold. So she has fully ascended to Titanhood.
I have illuminated the cold shadow of death.
I don't think
For your path to the future
Otto,
is bright and
Kevin, or
flame
Fuhua
eternal.
necessarily became weird. Kevin became, well, I'm not done, so I can't speak specifically, but Kevin became really, really determined.
Do not forget.
But that was because of the trauma. Fuhua also, her reactions to things are trauma related, not,
suppose it's my turn now.
Yeah, no, I saw, hers was gold.
Stop you.
Professor.
Fuhua is also trauma related, and Otto never changed his goal.
You were present. So, let's get this execution over with.
Oh, sorry, I misread.
Akuma's divine laws
Mighty's was also gold? Oh, okay.
from creating a new world.
You never change.
Yes, the three of them are more similar to Glide, where they just, like, they dug in on their
is correct.
ideas.
All memories of your past life once you become a Titan. So what's the point of becoming a god?
Of course there's a point. Even if I forget who I am, I'll still have my brilliant mind. It goes without
I
saying.
think Cypher is
I'll
just a
find
funny
way
little
to
guy.
retrieve memories of
I don't
my
think
past
they're
life.
particularly, like, weird.
Besides, I still have you, don't I?
I still don't really understand what you said during the assembly. Even if it
They've
were
also
true,
talked about, like, erosion,
forged from memory could never be
in
the same
Genshin,
as
but I
the
haven't,
original.
I'll be honest, I haven't seen any actual evidence of
Then
it.
allow me to tell you right now that you're wrong. What exactly are we? My answer is that the Chrysos heirs are the future Titans and vice versa. Of course, this answer only applies to us. So, what are we when it comes to regular mortals? The very essence of the world, our souls.
Well, I had to have an
tiny invisible
intervention
seeds that hold records of each
again
person's
because
memories
of the
world.
trauma and because she
we
was, like,
are the
deleting
buds
herself
that sprout from
constantly.
these seeds to grow into great
Technically,
trees.
Fuhua didn't actually have huge issues. She just, like, needed to be pulled out of her depression.
Correct.
Like,
Once our
Fuhua's
physical
issues were
bodies are
not
born,
that she
we become
lived
new
so long.
extensions of the
It was
world.
that she constantly
From
was
there,
losing
we plant
people
our seeds
and
into
couldn't
someone's
really
memories,
deal with it anymore.
and then scatter them into the hearts of
That's
countless
not
people in the
a
future.
an actual
Just as seeds are affected
issue
by their
of
environment,
immortality.
so too will our
That is a
appearances differ
consequence of
across memories.
humanity.
But the partial memories we carry
And
will
her
always
being
be the
burdened with, you know,
Because that is
the
just how the
glorious
world is.
purpose of the Flame Chasers.
to destroy our very existence.
She was
one
still,
must
like, fully
destroy
cognizant in
the
herself and was
world
able to, you know,
But we
fix
have
herself,
someone who will still
get out
live
of her
on with
depression
perfect
once, you know, she got new friends
person is
that
you,
showed her, like, love is still good. Senti is a whole different
to be
beast.
the world-bearing Titan. So, carry everything of this world and live on. Don't disappoint those most precious to you. Don't
Like, that's very
disappoint
different
Lady
from being
Goldriver.
Mara-stricken.
And especially, don't bring dishonor to my theory.
Anaxa, I swear to you, I'll lead everyone to our reunion in the new world.
Good.
If they are fully becoming Titans, though, that means
farewell.
We are definitely approaching
May we
the
meet
end
again
of this
in the
era.
next life.
Farewell.
Are we actually killing him?
May Cersei's
I guess actually less killing him and more just letting him expire, because he was gonna die anyway, and we just didn't find a way to stop it. Salute him in the same way. May Cersei safeguard your thoughts.
Are you satisfied, honorable Titan?
Oh yeah, no one else can see her.
I hereby swear I have borne witness. Anaxagoras of the New Sporists and the Grove of Epiphany has successfully overcome the trial of reason. Thus, I shall confer upon you these words. You shall transcend the peaks of purity and return to corruption and hardship.
Oh, so that's a god's prophecy. It sounds like you just rephrased my past, present, and future. Oh, Cersei's. Is that all you've got?
Well, you've already transcended the peaks of purity, and you were never the type to give me any leeway.
That is true.
But I do still have one question.
I knew it. What is it? Maybe we're thinking of the same thing.
As you've so boldly stated, we and the world itself live on through the memories of others. If that is the case, whose memories did the very first new spore sprout from?
Maybe the namesake.
How should I know?
Oh my.
But
I haven't actually met
since
Vita
we
yet.
are
I've only
both
seen her in
equally
the Sparkle
curious,
event.
We should allow the children of humanity who come after us.
Although, I don't know, I have not seen enough of Cypher to make a determination like that. She seems normal. She seems like what I would describe as a funny little guy to me at this point.
Rejoice, Cersei's. I sow the seeds of suspicion in the new world with your soul! And now,
Oh, well, goodbye, Naxa.
that is all.
Thankfully, she's still alive.
Oh, okay, we're back to here.
Was March 7th also in this condition when she was first rescued by the Express?
Her condition was very similar. It's just that at the time, the Express did not have a memo keeper who could diagnose her condition.
But she still woke up naturally. Looking on the bright side, that might happen this time as well.
When March awakened from the ice, her memories were completely wiped clean. I want to prepare for the worst and prevent something like that from happening again. Can you share with us your hypothesis?
I do not have conclusive evidence, but judging by her current condition, perhaps March 7th's memories have been hijacked.
Huh. A rumored Dark March. Hijacked.
Think about it, Miss Himiko. What will happen when someone loses their ability to remember?
Technically, they become a different person because a person is the sum of their memories. I'm not a biologist, but here's a species of fish on Vonwalk that has the memory span of less than a second. It forgets anything that occurs at the very next instant. Perhaps something similar will happen.
Unfortunately, short-term memory is an entirely different concept from the inability to remember. Perhaps it is difficult for you to imagine, but an individual who has lost their ability to remember turns into nothingness.
Nothingness?
The belief of the Garden is that everything in this universe can be interpreted through memories. This is the driving force behind the continuance of this path. The past is made up of memoria, while the future is a possibility that will eventually be converted to
No,
memoria.
this is, I mean...
But the present, it doesn't really
In some ways, this is kind of how she normally talks, but the way she's, like, pausing and enunciating stuff really reminds me of, when she gave us, or when we were in the fake-out ending of Penacony, and then she came in and started talking to us.
Therefore,
When a person is affected by the path and loses their ability to remember, their physical form will also be affected. These ice crystals are a manifestation of that.
Miss Black Swan, there's one thing that I haven't looked into deeply until now. You've got us to Euphorius, but refuse to tell us your true intentions. Collecting memories is simply not a convincing answer.
Is Miss Himiko suspicious of me?
I don't think you're doing this, but, like, there's definitely a reason you brought us to Euphorius. I mean no offense. I'm merely speculating, but I'd appreciate your honesty if possible.
In other words, now is the time for me to prove my innocence. That's not a problem, of course. The true reason behind my intentions is that Euphorius holds special significance. For some memo keepers of the garden with extremist views, it is a perfect example.
Perfect example?
A world that can only be seen through the garden's mirror means that memo keepers have the right to keep the world in their private collection. If those pathstriders of remembrance were to uncover the secrets of Euphorius first, they might unleash their wild ambitions and remodel more worlds into a similar form.
Which would make it so that everything would be unreachable by other worlds and also, in theory, become a cyclical, unending world of the same samsara over and over again. Doesn't mean that you did everything you could to convince the Express to come to this star zone. Let's uncover the secrets and foil the plans of these people.
I chose to remain quiet before, because I did not want to involve you in the garden's internal conflicts.
Remodeling a world is no easy feat. These extremists likely aren't just simple pathstriders. Do they wield the power of emanators?
You can be even bolder with your guesses. The people that I'm talking about, they aren't just individuals. They are an organization
what the
that
fuck
has
does
already
that mean?
attached itself to the pinky finger of Fu Li.
Could they be the ones who hijacked Mark 7's memories?
I cannot be certain, but at the very least, they are capable of doing so.
Why, though? Why March specifically?
I am deeply sorry about what has happened to March 7th.
I do think Mark's
But the
probably
deal that I
remembrance, or
propose
an
still
emanator of remembrance,
remains
but
a fair one. Euphorius is still an excellent destination, and investigating further might allow us to uncover the truth behind the accident.
Alright, so when are you guys getting down here?
Miss Himiko, the wisest choice right now is for us to continue cooperating.
I feel like Welt could fix a few issues. What's wrong?
Let me take back a part of what I said just now, Miss Himiko. Although we indeed struck a deal, it seems like I have involved you in some unforeseen danger. Please accept my deepest apologies.
Has something changed?
It's Fu Li. Their gaze has just swept across Euphorius.
What does that mean?
Oh, how interesting. I never expected a mere memo snatcher to be actually hiding so much inside her head.
Like, we know what happens when an Aeon's gaze hits a person. What does it mean to sweep across an entire planet?
What's even more interesting is that the word Euphorius has appeared in her subconscious.
This lady seems to be having fun.
Yes.
Is she usually like this?
It's hard to explain.
Someday, how do you not know her
What are you
to...
two whispering about? Has it not occurred to you that I can hear everything clearly?
Oh, please pardon me, Madam Herta. Would you mind sharing with us?
Probably when fully looked at us. That was what I was thinking at first, but it was emphasized in yellow.
Astral Express.
And that was 2 patches ago that fully looked at us. I think that's something different.
let's get back to the topic. By using the fourth mirror, I rummaged through the brain of this memo snatcher and learned a good deal. Not only does this person know of Amphorius, but there are also many memo keepers who are interested in the place. I searched through her consciousness and found the following terms: the Eternal Land, the Rejected Land, and the private collection of the Garden of Recollection.
It seems like Miss Black Swan is indeed hiding some things from us.
Since I'm not able to find any useful clues from the outside, why
Yes,
don't I personally
please.
visit this mysterious Amphorius?
You're planning to head to Amphorius yourself?
Yes, but not in the flesh like you all foolishly did.
Oh, she's gonna send a
See
puppet.
these Herda mirrors? With them, I can project my data spirit entity to any corner of the cosmos through spatial warps, without even needing to leave my room. But of course, these corners of the cosmos must be within the coverage zone of inter-astral peace communications. After all,
Ew,
this
IPC.
is collaborative technology.
I see. You do seem like the more indoor type.
Although that star zone is not within the network of the IPC, the Express itself can serve as a signal station. Come, give me the astral chart coordinates. Then, sit back and enjoy the show.
Well, shares the Astral Express coordinates with the Herta.
All
Well, we
right.
don't know that
Now that everything is ready,
time for us is necessarily moving the same
Mirrors,
as time for them.
get to work.
I have to make the team.
Play like how you usually do in the simulated universe.
Oh, that wasn't what I wanted. I guess it was. GBBBB.
Tribby promises you that everything will be fine.
Oh, I haven't favorited her yet. Or have I? Wait, did I pass her? Ah, I did. I do think they've probably been here for more than a little bit.
First mirror, input the coordinates. You'll be in charge of the spatial warp.
But we also saw March at the end of 3.0.
As you command, Madam Herda. The preparations are complete. I wish you a pleasant journey ahead.
I mean, it could be just when fully looked at us, but I don't know. I feel like that's different.
Second mirror, prepare for the thought refraction. There's still some distance from the Astral Express to the Amphorius Celestial
Just swept
body.
across
You're in
Amphorius
charge
is
of
different than
sending me
looked
over.
at someone.
This time, raise the power to the maximum. Don't be stingy. Okay, I won't fail the mission, Madam Herda. Third mirror, you're in charge of generating the data spirit entity. I'm happy to help, Madam Herda. What kind of appearance are you planning to use this time? Good question. Let me think. Forget it. Just use my own appearance. There's no one there that'll recognize me anyway.
I mean, it was me and Dumb Hung.
As you.
And yeah, I've only seen the. I guess technically I've only seen the puppet you, but like, do you think I can't tell the difference? Or you can't tell that it's you?
Preparation of the data spirit entity complete. Thought refraction at max power. Excellent. The first mirror. Let's get going.
Have a safe trip, Madam Herta.
May your journey yield good results.
Coordinates input complete. Preparing to activate spatial warp. Destination, unknown celestial body, Amphorius. Spatial warp countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Warp activated. Oh, so that's Amphorius? Its appearance is, well, sure is unique. Second mirror, prepare for thought refraction. It's time to send me in.
Alright, please read the safety protocols carefully.
Can't you hurry up?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't expect it to be so turbulent. I should have asked the second mirror to use slightly less.
Hi! That's the Flame Reaver.
What a magnificent sight.
That mean
Is this
Don
the
Hung?
entrance to Emporius? Let's see. Perhaps I'll be able to find a way in. What's this? A statue? It's ugly. I don't like it. What's this? How creepy. Oh, it moves? Who are you trying to scare?
I love Herta so much.
Oh, I finally found your traces. How esteemed must you be for the great Herta to come out personally? When we return, get ready to become free labor for the simulated universe.
I already do it weekly, leave me alone!
It's either a projection or a fake. There doesn't seem to be much to take note of. Now then, how am I going to get into Emporius?
My deepest apologies,
hello.
esteemed lady. I'm afraid that you cannot proceed further.
Why are you physically here?
Your visit, although not part of my calculations, is a pleasant surprise. It's a pity that the preparations are not yet in place to receive you with the hospitality that someone of your status.
Wonder if he's a
deserves.
new past rider. To the fact that he's recognizing
Are you
Herta?
not going to answer my question? Who are you?
I have many identities.
Is this motherfucker
I will
King
have
Rupert?
Even more in the future. But if you just need a form of address, you can use my common alias, Lycurgus. Lygus.
All right, Lygus.
But he is using that
You
name
can't
still.
possibly think that I'm just asking for a name, can you?
Regrettably, I do not have the authority to share more information. However, standards are always flexible. While not violating the ultimate agreement, I'm able to disclose this piece of information. As you thought, this is the entrance to Emporius. Now, please, kindly turn back. Emporius is not a world that you should be involved with, regardless of what kind of magnificent achievements you have accomplished. This place will not open its doors so easily.
You seem to understand me very well. Then you should know that I have no reason to listen to you.
Your reaction is completely within my calculations. Despite my long years as a watcher, it seems like my
I do definitely think that time outside is probably, or time in Emporius is probably faster than outside. Which it would have to be for a simulation, or I guess not have to be, but you would think it would be.
Madam, it is with the
And then I
utmost good
wonder
will
if there's,
that I suggest
because
you return
he's
to where you
an
came
erudition past rider, is what it
Let's assume for a
seems.
second that I'm not so well.
I would assume there would
and that I
be
insist on uncovering
like
the secrets
a
hidden
remembrance
behind
and then the
you,
third
Mr.
path
Lygus.
watcher also.
How? do
I
you
had a
plan
feeling
to
though
dispel
he'd be
this
more
notion
important though,
of
considering
mine?
he's a very specific custom model, and I didn't feel like they used him enough in this patch.
Within the scope of the ultimate agreement, there are 178,244 logic chains at my disposal to convince you. After filtering through them, I have determined that I only require 3 to attain the results that I desire.
Oh? I'm all ears.
Me too.
First, For reasons that cannot be disclosed, Amphorius is a completely isolated celestial body.
Okay.
Apart from me, no one else will be able to
But I got it.
enter.
I guess we got him physically, though.
That's not a good argument.
Second, if your plan is, as you've alluded to previously, to force me into cooperating by showing hostility, do know that, just like you, I have basked in the gaze of the erudition.
Well, okay.
I stake my honor.
So he is a past strider. That doesn't necessarily mean he's an emanator. Though, does it? Because we have the gaze of Aeons, but we're not emanators.
Oh. No wonder I couldn't find a back door. When I did a scan of our surroundings, the safety protocols on you are comparable to Screwy's. How interesting.
I assume that you still wish to hear the third logic chain.
I mean, yeah, that's not enough.
Of course. Why wouldn't I?
Third, even if you exhaust all your means and find a way to break through, you will surely give up once you understand the consequences.
Well, okay,
of your
what are the
actions.
consequences? Because you can't just say it
After
like that.
all, throughout your long life, as much as you'd hate to admit, your conscience has played a crucial role.
Her coming in would
What
tip
a
the balance of the
brazen
simulation
robot.
and screw something up.
You think that you can actually understand me through your paltry calculations?
Well, no, I know he's saying he's a match
you
for
put
her.
it that way,
But, like, her
why
as an
don't you tell me
emanator.
what
He's
these
saying he's a past strider, but I don't know that he's saying he's an emanator.
It concerns the third path that is entangled.
Oh, are
with
you gonna tell us?
Amphorius. A path that you and your friends still very much lack understanding of. The destruction.
Okay, it is destruction. That was one I semi-ruled out, but I said that because I said that as an option before. That was technically my maybe column. I forgot to put that before.
Shackles of a Lord Ravager.
Okay.
And when that happens,
I said that specifically because the
cosmos.
The Black Tide monsters really reminded me, and I believe I said use the skeleton of a destruction or of a annihilation. Not annihilation gang. One of the destruction enemies, and that the Black Tide kind of felt destruction-y. I definitely didn't think it was I kind of backed off on it because it didn't seem to fit that well. Who the fuck is Oryx's mother then? I wonder if they meant their actual mother. Like from the previous loop then. Destruction. So Amphorius's looping is a prison. Well, we also don't know how old Amphorius is. But yeah, also, it does seem like time is moving faster on Amphorius. So it's imprisoning a Lord Ravager. Oh, come on, that's it? That's where we're ending? Fuck, man. Alright, at least we have the third path then. Huh. So what is the purpose of it then? Huh. Well, so obviously, like, the purpose of the planet itself is as a prison for the Lord Ravager, but what is the purpose of the looping, then? Is that, like, a key to maybe rejuvenating the core flames, which are keeping it imprisoned? By the way, it's going to be the Hersher of Corruption. I mean, probably not the actual Hersher of Corruption, but, like, it's going to be very, but it's going to be a direct parallel. We've seen the eyes all over, so that makes sense. I wonder then if maybe the Flame Reaver isn't Phynon and is just a manifestation of the Reaver, or of the Ravager. All right, what do we got in here this time? Oh, we got a bunch of them. You would also find it difficult to escape time loop? Yeah, but time isn't looping for the Ravager, because, like, I don't think... It's not actually resetting back to the beginning. It's a samsara more than a time loop. Like, it is a new act of the play that is following the same story. It's not physically going back in time.
To die for glory is not eternal sleep.
The lie all Castrum Cremnus keeps.
The world after death is superior to reality and basks in light.
But such vague poems the Crown Prince would not easily believe.
Cowards who dare not to look death in the eye.
He declared thus on the day he returned from the Stream of Souls.
Longing for a martyr's heaven and reciting self-deceiving stories.
His words are sacrilege reincarnate, more arrogant than his blood and family.
True warriors should treat that paradise with spite.
It would be hard... Okay. It's not a physical time loop, but if the Ravager is someone in the loop, then it is. I was thinking Amphoreus physically was a prison. Now I'm wondering if Phynon is the Flame Reaper, is the Ravager. Or it's Mem. It could be Mem. No, fuck, it might be Mem. So, it might be Cyrene, specifically, but... So... Most people have caught on to March said... March said before we left, there's always something with the first person that we meet. There's always something secret going on. Everyone is latching on to Phynon for that. I have said since the first stream that I did, Phynon is not the first person that we meet. He's the second person that we meet. Mem is the first person we see, and they even said, like, was connected to us dying. Yeah, okay, physically is, I don't mean actually physical. Time itself is not going backwards. I was thinking, like, specifically as it being a, I was basically thinking of the Ravager being, like, inside the quote-unquote core of the planet, but that's not what I'm thinking about. I think Cyrene is probably the Ravager. It might be Phynon, but I think it's Cyrene. Which would also go along with the Hersher of Corruption. Many followers thus stop, no longer following his steps, for they feel this young man's words compared to poems are even more absurd. A body immortal equals not perfection. A man brave to dangers endless, simply to seek his weakness. In his greener days with more amateur skills, in crises where death denied him even after kills, he learned why curse is a synonym for blessing, for he saw that visage of terror at life's closing. The man seemed unmoved when his past is unmentioned, having braved death 9 times. He who was once lacking now excels above everyone else, still rising. Yet, when asked if he's still as ticklish as he was when he was a child, he did not answer. I hope Finan asked him that. It's a wild tale he won't care to opine. It's said the Castrum Kremnos has secrets divine, through which the king's power has passed, a one-man army by strength in their bloodline.
Therefore, a traitor who does not inherit the throne is a king most infirm.
As the protagonist hears these words, he refutes not, but openly responds.
These are not rumors unfound. But will they matter if my deeds eclipse those of all other kings, achieving glory beyond?
Never turning back in war, he seizes all our glory.
That rumor in the war camp of fury often casts a shadow on the man's heart, indestructible and fiery. When campaigns become mired in terror, he sends his army to places safe and secure. Yet alone he goes to fight, knowing death can touch him ne'er. The Kremnoan detachment who follow him in livery all die in bed devoid of glory. They have their share of grudges upon death, but the man has no regrets, none necessary.
Your glory lies not in death, but in my hands.
The dust settles and strife calms. A deadly quiet covers his father's realm, and the man alone returns home. A question seems to sound from shadows of the past
Did you
around.
already walk that flame-chasing road, O King?
Atop the throne, the man mutters alone.
There's nothing else worthy of the hunt, for I am the blazing fire at the journey's end.
As it has been foretold, he killed the king to become a king, and killed the god to become a god. His eternal destiny is to be crowned in blood. I also, now the destruction is confirmed involved, I wonder... I'm hoping that the Annihilation Gang shows up. That trailer, I don't care if it was I don't care if it was a red herring for Penacony. I really want them.
Do not make him your enemy, even though he may seem frail and weak.
When a valiant warrior from afar assaulted the grove, he shattered their strength with only his eyes and pointing stick. He sent them running, pride cut to the quick.
He may seem cold and unkind, but he sees through human emotions with just a peek.
A student was troubled by love's trials and aches. With one sentence he guided them away from heartbreak, letting destiny's strands weave a path to love and happiness' shape.
All is science, and human wisdom knows no bounds. Both martial prowess and emotions are knowledge that can be found.
He firmly believes that all things can be deciphered, bad to those who peek. Those that cannot be solved are not mysteries infinite, but only questions waiting to be answered, not obstacles bleak. He is a erudition past rider through and through. But those who only protect themselves, the world cannot see their intentions. In sorrowful parting hours, the scholar refuses trifle matters. Isolated in a corner of his library, he fiddles with instruments of crafters. Colleagues suspect him of creating new blasphemies, while students believe him to be making new miracles of mastery. The curious ones gaze through the windows behold, seeing a small wooden bird on the table wobbling in comfort, swaying in the scholar's hand, an endearing cohort. I ask him, seeking his motive for this effort, but the scholar, usually so quick to retort, refuses to answer, seemingly coming up short. Creatures that through his hands pass all change their functions, invoking wonders peerless. He once removed his hat as others witnessed, then walked on the hat over water with success. They also saw him light a flare, fearless, instead creating chilling cold air not so harmless. That bird was once a toy, and now his messenger, or perhaps still a toy. That is the magic trick of his success, and one of the teachings that he will profess. Nothing in this world
is ever born fixed.
This just make me think of Otto. The far-seeing must be far in thought. His teachings are like prophetic delight, yet he opposes prophecies with all his might. It's a time he refrains from looking back on, traveling all lands, chasing prophecies, trying to prove the priestess's words were not unchallengeable foresight. Countless times he exhausted his crafty sleights, wanting to rescue the doomed and resurrect whites, wanting to shame the prophesized heroes of magic and might, wanting to sway promised villains to a course more upright. Perhaps fate could not guess his goals, but it should trample over his plans overnight. At the end, all his challenges flicker out, but he persists still in endless plight. His ambitions are too lofty, and so failures follow him never too softly. Through moments of defeat, felt increasingly common, the scholar learned one thing he has never forgotten. Respond to defeat with a smile haughty. Not from optimism, nor from a defeat of the heart.
I think this misfortune's severity.
The laughter oozes with self-mockery, but is also full of a different emotion.
If this road is easy to walk, then future generations will not praise my name in piety,
says his ambition. I don't think Black Swan's an imposter. I'm never gonna say never in this series, but I just personally don't see it. In the past, when strife swallowed the earth, and schemes disrupted the hearts of friends, the maiden who was yet a weaver was wrapped in a cocoon most grand, untouched by the storm sweeping through the land. She spent her youth in palace of romance, surrounded by treasures, with even maids beautiful beyond belief, often bathing in the praise and admiration of wealthy nobles. Till warfare set the threads aflame, and the devoutly praying priest was slaughtered before the altar. The family adored by all perished before their courtyards, and the blood of her maidservants dyed her golden mantle red. The golden threads covering her eyes snapped, and the concealed truth finally appeared firsthand.
Wind, a weak nobility cannot stand.
In the long, endless war, the Goldweaver family was shattered by the sword, and the legacy of romance became a tragedy. She had a broken mansion and an empty house. The nobles who once loved her, none now willing to help her. All the romance, talent, peerage, and beauty. What use are they in a disaster? As she closed her eyes in melancholy, the maidservant pushed a broken loom to her earnestly.
Would you like to pick up the shuttle again and weave for me?
The young miss wanted to laugh, but could only respond with shock, for the maid's face was now covered in scars, as she fought to protect her mistress's safety.
I can no longer see. I still want to don the garments you weave.
And yet, when she heard this, the desire to weave overcame her fears. Therefore, in the broken shadows of a house, the loom of romance moved once more. The garments were exchanged for copious gold, buying back her renown of old. Yet beside this mistress most noble, there was always a blind maid in tow, dressed in luxuries unfitting. As the weaver attended banquets, the praises of her youth returned.
Majestic lady must be Nestia in the flesh.
But harsh words
Mistress
also
of beauty is
joined.
quite reduced by a maidservant, so unsightly.
Off with their heads. Fine on, steal their balls. The maidservant apologized in embarrassment, lowering her head.
I have brought you shame.
Yet her mistress brought her to the middle of the ball, having her garbed in the latest dress as the model. She now knew the praises and ridicule were both untrue, and that romance cared not for beauty of the face. The golden thread of gods exists only within. She is no longer that helpless girl. She already carries the god's authority and walks the hero's route, but she still cannot hold back the calamity of strife. The unsightly maidservant blocked the dagger aimed at the mistress's soul, and blood once again dyed red something she wove. That was the last time in her life the maiden's face she clearly beheld. When sewing the death shroud, she could not control how her fingers shook, often prickled by the needle sharp and acute. Thus the pristine white cloth, wept with tears of blood and gloom. And when the day of the funeral came, she saw the commoners' endless graves, and the nobles dressed in silk frolicking in the groves, and sadness overwhelmed her in droves. Is this the destiny unleashed for the act of chasing God's core flames? She kneels before the divine statues and pray to Nestia of romance, to look at these garments soaked in blood from the flames of war.
Why are those that appear so fair in fact ugly in truth? Why do faces unsightly contain souls cut from noble cloth? Why can the blind see the light? And why do those with eyes only see night?
The dying god remains silent.
If you no longer have the power to see, then with my destiny,
She grasped the burning core
I'll
flame.
exchange for eyes that can see everything.
Warm liquid flows from her eyes that now see all. In that instance, she is sure that she saw the manifestation of beauty. I love you, Aggie. Blind Cat's travelogue. A thief tells a few
The
stories.
first story is titled The Golden Apple. It doesn't have to go to the fairest.
That city is named Paphos, where the golden light of Nestia shines. The golden apple tree sits in the city's middle. Only the fairest can pluck its apples. The beauty pageant begins on time, as the fair ones stretch their supple arms, trying to pluck the fruits above their heads. Yet every time the apple comes within reach, a breeze blows the fruit away without a trace. The audience in displeasure disbands, with only one girl left standing there, her features bland. Yet to her surprise she finds her arms full of golden fruits, a harvest grand.
The second story is titled, Trying to Argue? Don't trick yourself, please.
That city is named Adelia, where Circe's roots bury deep and wide. The sophist scholars hold the tortoise aloft, but his theories, common sense bereft.
Even the best athlete could never catch up to this turtle.
None can overturn him in arguments, and he obtains the champion's crown in merriment. Yet as he is about to leave, a wind blows the tortoise in front of him, and behold, his paradox becomes truth. To catch up to the turtle, an entire day and night he spends.
The third story I will tell is titled, A Competition in Trickery. Who do you think is the Grandmaster?
That city is named Dolus, where even Zagreus was once tricked. The king promises to reward the perfect lie, wishing to recreate the deceit of the Titan, his grand feat.
I think the world is a gourd. In truth, we are all already dead.
Gourd-shaped is not that far off. The liars take their turns in the challenge, but no one pleases the king. With a gust of wind, the girl emerges before the king's face, and when she leaves, she already has the king's promised gold in a pouch. The others are curious as to what lie she
Zagreus
raised.
can only tell lies, and I am Zagreus.
It's a counterintuitive statement. They can't both be true. Therefore,
The fourth story is called, You Like Money. Good. But you must pay the price.
that city is called Mathemis, where the sea breeze intoxicates the people with delight. A wealthy penny pincher prays to the Titan.
Give me the power to turn anything into gold.
Okay. With a breeze, the rock in his hand turns to gold, but his joy is fleeting to behold. With one embrace, his wife turns into coins scattered on the soil. Yeah, it's just... He howls at Fagoza to retract the blessing, but sees a girl in the hood in passing. The girl laughs hysterically, holding his hand in hers.
Go back and check your vault.
Okay.
Some gold may be missing, but your beloved is right there, waiting.
Okay, it's not a one-for-one.
Cyphera, you took another long journey.
And we want to hear your fun stories!
The girl with the hood dangles her feet in the bath as 2 coins dance and fly between her fingers.
Basically, I visited 4 places, tricked them to my heart's content, and came back fully rewarded.
The girl pauses her words and looks out the window, as the light above the Titan's shoulder casts her right cheek
The
aglow.
dawn will never cease, and the thief star wanders in foreign lands. How would you know that I am not lying right now?
Thank you, Cypher. I look forward to seeing more of you. I've already done the event in which I've seen more of you, but... And last but not least... To the dead, when she bids farewell, she casts the slate into the fire, an act futile. I have never heard of lands with such customs. At this time, something drizzles down the slate, full of colors, seemingly tears for the Reaper of Chills. It turns out the slate is inscribed with poems, and every phrase is diligently colored with skill.
Before people pass away, I write down these poems.
That is the limit of the girl's answer, and she only responds with silence for request to read these poems. As time goes, she finally opens her petal-veiled heart, and the reason behind her reluctance to show her work is finally clear.
My poems are still too green. Not worthy to be art.
It stems from the girl's shame and discomfort. It seems the girl once also loved to imagine with effort, and many wild tales were written on her part. A misunderstanding was what made her cease this art. It was a pair of arch-enemies who gained fame in the war. One of them burst into laughter after reading the girl's poetic words.
He and I clearly wish to kill and tear each other apart. But in your eyes, you think we are close, unable to part.
The finding? Was her thing about finding and mighty? She did not write poetry as a pastime. It is said that she left great works under hundreds of names. In different times, she even criticized her previous beliefs, making her identity even harder to assume. I still found her weakness after many twists and turns. No matter how fickle her thoughts, she never lost faith in those words regarding the value of fragile mortal lives. She is heartbreaking and enchanting. She is the fingertips of death and the ghost of love and poetry. However, those poems have brought her many complaints. The poems that her hand composed all lack an ending of any kind, and the Maid of Death has no desire to continue them. She doesn't want to see them ending.
This is truly difficult to write. My duty is to lead the living to the end. I cannot think of a fitting end for a poem to the dead.
I do really like these in seeing, they give a little bit of interconnectivity to everybody's stories that we're not getting in the actual main story. And I think it's really interesting. Such is the epitome of lies. One who's grown used to death remains inexperienced with farewells. Therefore, I extend her an invitation. In this story belonging to herself, she can leave an ending reserved only for her.
What she brings is not only death.
She thus replied when we first met, and when we meet once again for the last time, she again deliberates over this closing statement.
Apart from death, there is something else that is worth remembering.
That is the journey she walked. So we finished Mighties. Oh, did we not? I thought we did his 5. Huh, I guess there's one more. And there's still a bunch we have not started. Alright. Oh, wait, right, Mem's gotta talk. Cass, only at the very end did I realize she was nothing like the rumors. I'm really curious. Is everyone like this? Having a side that no one else sees? Is Sausius the same? I'm a little trash gremlin. I always, will only know when the story's over. Does that mean Sausius' story will end? Then I won't be curious anymore. Don't let it end. But right now, I'm not really in the mood to dig too deep. Cass's story is stepping into the next chapter, and I can't quite explain how I feel. It's like sadness, but also like some strange sense of relief. If someone were to ask about us, how should we tell her story? Her embrace was just as warm as anyone else's. If you say that's Sausius, then that's a trustworthy statement. I'd love a hug from her too. In future stories, Sausius doesn't have to go out of their way to avoid any endings for my sake, okay? Even though every story has an ending, I still wish everything could start over again. That's why you read it again. My shit. Alright. That will be where we end for today. Star Rail, good game. Every time I look deeply forward to to the next next patch. Like, I need it. We will be back tomorrow on Haru's channel for more acing of the attorneys. Friday we should be doing some gamble times with Freya, Hope, Ed, and Chris. And then next week, obviously we're done with this, but it should be time for the new ZZ update. So we will be playing that next week. But yeah, thank you all for coming, and I will see you all again in the future. Bye bye now.